So if you're new, just roll with it. There's not really much you need to do. It's pretty relaxed. We're pretty casual, and myself or Jim will lead us into a guided meditation, and we'll usually have a time of silence in there too. Usually about a half an hour or so our meditation lasts. And then, of course, when we're done, we'll guide you out of the meditation, and then Jim and I will both do some type of a spiritual sharing, and then we take our break, and then come back with Q&A. So, do you want to do the meditation, or you want me to?
Sure, I can.
Okay.
So get your bodies comfortable. We'll be meditating maybe a half hour or so. So when you're comfortable, just close your eyes and begin to focus up to the top of the head, to the seat of the soul. And just let any and all things of the world just drop away. Any concerns, fears, angers, just let them drop away as you begin to move above the world, above the mind, and enter into that realm of spirit and soul. To continue in this focus, begin to chant the hue or the anti-hue or the sacred names of God given at initiation. And just let those vibrations lift you higher and higher inside yourself. And as you do so, if any thoughts or feelings begin to get in the way, place them in God's hand, dismiss them, place them in the light, whatever works for you in releasing them. But just release them and continue going higher. To have a destination in mind as to where you're going, focus on your own soul, or focus on a light out in front of you that you're moving towards and want to enter. Or just focus on loving God and share your loving with God and open to receive God's loving. In this action, it's about awakening, waking up to the truth of who you truly are as soul, as spirit, as divine. So just relax into this action of awakening. Relax and allow yourself to see, to feel, to be aware of that awakening action where things become quiet, peaceful, still, and more focused. So just continue on this journey for a while and let whatever come reveal itself to you. Be aware of where you are right now in your experience. Be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of the sensations. Remember any and all things that you have experienced during this time so that you can bring them back with you. And just now begin to collect yourself and bring yourself more present into the physical. Bringing with you all the good that you've experienced at this time. And just kind of feel yourself getting back into your body more fully again. And as you're ready, you can even move around and open your eyes and reacclimate yourself. All right. And we're back. I thought I'd go ahead and start the day. Yay, something different. It's interesting, over the years, I've given a lot of different types of talks about different subject matters and all, but one that always seems to come up for me periodically is about how this world is truly an illusion. It's not real. And yet we focus totally on it. And we put all of our energy into it, all of our dreams, all of our wishes, all of our wants. And this world being an illusion can be pretty disillusioning in a way, because it doesn't really offer what we're really longing for, looking for, searching for. We are truly spirit and being. We are a soul. And that soul is of a spiritual nature. It is not physical. These physical bodies are only an instrument by which it can experience in this lower creation. The higher creation, the realms of spirit, are perfect and whole and complete, just as they are. There's nothing to change, nothing to do different. It's just an experiential place of loving, of caring, of expressing, of being. And in many ways, it's very different from what we experience here in the physical. And yet, in many ways, it's similar. Not the same, but similar. So when I've tried to express this about the worlds of illusion and the reality of spirit, I've had people come up and say that that answers a question for them that they've had for a long time. And I've had other people come and really try to argue with me that I'm wrong, and why do I believe that, and where did I get that belief? And I just express with them that it's what I've witnessed inside, what I've experienced through my meditations and through my inner experiences. Because I've had a lot of outer body experiences and inner experiences in the spirit itself. And it all has confirmed so many things for me. I remember back in 1970, I was asked to give a talk at Trinity University in San Antonio, where I lived at the time. And this man had attended a few of the classes that I'd been giving at this woman's home, and was very curious to try to find out who I was and what I was talking about, because this doctor and his wife, who had me come over and give the talks, was really interested in what this man thought of my talks. And it turned out that he was a professor at Trinity University, a physicist. So I gave a talk one Tuesday evening, and he came up and he asked me a couple of questions, and then he disappeared. I didn't see him again for a while. And then a few weeks later, he came and he attended another one of the classes, and he asked me some more questions as he left, and I answered. And a week later, he called me and asked if I would be willing to come to Trinity University and give a lecture to share. He said, I think you have something that my students might be looking for, and I would like for you to come and just share with them and hear their questions and see if you can answer any of their questions. So I did that. It was a class of maybe 50 students, and we were in a small auditorium. And I think it's the first time I've ever been in what I would call a lecture hall or something, where I was down at the bottom of a group of stadium seating kind of thing. And so I began my talk, and about halfway through, a hand went up, and the professor said, no, 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 we're going to do questions at the end. And the hand just stayed up. And so I went ahead and said, so do you need to leave, or is there a problem? And they just had a question. So they asked the question, and I answered it to the best of my ability. And then I began my talk again. And a few minutes later, another hand went up, and it just began to be that, just pop up all over the place. And so I began to try to answer some of the questions. And the professor told me later, he said, I'm very interested in how you got them so caught up and interested in the fact that they were really willing to talk about this and raise their hands and ask questions so quickly. And I told him, I said, because I'm speaking a truth that we're all looking for. I found a truth inside myself, in my meditations, in my prayers, in my interactions. And that truth has answered a lot of questions inside of me that this world, this illusion, puts on us all the time. It never answers the questions we're really longing for. Where did I come from? Where am I going? How did I get here? Who am I? Who am I truly? And why in the world am I in this universe, this creation, this experience, when it doesn't seem to be going anywhere for me? And he looked at me and he said, I think I want to have you come back and do another lecture, do another sharing. And he said, I really can't call this a lecture because it really is just you talking and sharing, not really lecturing about a subject per se. And it's going to be a bigger group if that's okay. And I said, I don't care. I'll be glad to do whatever you want to do. And so a few weeks later, I showed up and he greeted me at my car, and we walked into this huge auditorium. I mean, it was quite big. And it wasn't full, but it was a lot of people. I have no idea the number, but it was maybe 150, 200, 300 people. I just don't know. So he took me down to the stage, and I looked around, and everybody's kind of looking at me like, who is this guy? Because I was young. I was only 20, 21 years old at that time. And here this professor was asking a 21-year-old to give a talk. So I began sharing. And as I was sharing, I began to talk about the illusion. And whenever I talk, it's usually a movement of spirit coming in to share with people. So I began to share, and it was going very nicely about creation, about how I saw things to be in spirit. And all of a sudden, a hand came up. And the professor started to stand up, and I said, "No, I'll handle it, no problem." So I did. I asked him just, what was on his mind, what did you want to ask? And he said, "What drugs do you take?" And I said, "Drugs, what?" He said, "What drugs do you take? Are you just doing marijuana, or do you do LSD, or what are you doing?" And I said, "I have never taken anything like that in my life. I don't have to. I don't need to, because if I sit down and I meditate and really get a good focus, I get the answers I want. I get to the places I want to go to. I see the things I need to see, so I understand." And he says, "No, no, no, you've got to be taking something. What is it?" And I said, "I'm sorry, but I really take nothing, but I just sit down and meditate every day." And he sat down finally, giving up trying to convince me that I was doing drugs. And so I talked quite a while after that. And then I had a few more people raising their hands and asking questions. So as that passed, I gave different talks at different places, St. Mary University and Incarnate Word College, and all of that. And I had quite a following for a while, and I enjoyed it, but it also became a very big responsibility, because there was a lot of people wanting to get the experiences that I was talking about. And so then I began to give meditation classes, and that was really fascinating. So that went on for quite a while, and some other events happened in my life to where I wasn't able to attend and do things like that for some time. And then a gentleman called me one day from New York City, and he said, "I've got some questions I'd like to ask you." And so I thought it'd be personal questions about his life. And he began sharing a little bit with me. And he says, "I've heard a couple of talks of yours." And I asked him where he attended. He said, "I didn't attend it. I had a friend who recorded your talks, unbeknownst to you, I'm sure, but he wanted me to hear your talks. And I was very impressed by them. And so I have some questions for you, and they're going to be very strange questions, but I need to ask them just to kind of get some clarity for myself." So he asked one, and I shared with him my experience and how I got there in meditation and all of that. And he would ask more questions around it, and I would clarify the best I could. And then he would ask a few more and a few more. And then he called back a week or two later and wanted to talk more about something else. And he then confessed to me, "I'm an author. I'm a pretty well known author. And I write a lot of scientific books. And I'm writing one right now, and I'm kind of stymied by some stuff. And so I'd like to get your opinion on what I'm doing and what I'm writing, just to see if you can give me clarity or show me how to get clarity." And I told him, "The one thing I'm going to ask you to do if we're going to do this is that you begin to meditate." And he says, "Well, I do this TM meditation, and it helps. It gives me focus, and it gets me centered. But I don't have experiences like you talk about. I don't have awarenesses coming clear inside of me." And I said, "Well, if you'll meditate the way I want you to meditate for a while, let's see what might happen." So he asked me if I would work with him on this book. And so I said, yes, I would. Well, we began getting together in the evenings, because I was working a lot. I worked 60 hours a week at the time. And so we would just talk in the evenings and on Sundays. And he just found it more and more fascinating how I could answer these questions that nobody else around him, even these scientists, couldn't answer. And so he flew down to San Antonio, no, it was to Austin, Texas at the time, where I was living. And we began to sit and talk, and he spent a week at his hotel, he and I just sitting and talking, and he recorded everything. And then he went home, and I didn't hear from him for a little while. And it was interesting because I kept getting all these different things that he had been asking about. I kept going further and further into it and getting more clear. And so I called him and I said, I've got some other things to share with you. And so we talked a little bit more, and he said, so with that, I'm going to ask you if you'll work with me on this book, and I need a yes or a no. He says, I'm kind of on a timeline and I need to get this done. And so I said, sure, I'll be glad to. And so we talked every day and began working on this book, which became the holographic universe that he wrote. His name was Michael Talbot. And to be truthful, I've never read the book. I have no idea what it was about. But that's a whole other story why I don't read the way a lot of people do. But so it was nice to finally find somebody who not only wanted to understand better, but was having his own experiences, both first in the mental realm, because TM will take you up into the mind, and the higher mind, and you can get a lot of clarity there because of it. And but I was taking him up towards the soul realm and the experience of pure spirit, not the mind or the body. And he began to get much more clear answers, understandings in that way. And I ought to go at least look at the book and see what he wrote. That's so funny. I never even thought about trying to read the book. And so anyway, it was a very nice experience. And it also answered for me something. And that was because I've been meditating since I was a child. I've been doing my prayers and meditation and learning my way inwardly. And it answered something for me, and that I knew things that other people didn't know. And I could get clarity on things that people were having a struggle with, getting understanding. And I realized that really the greatest truth that we want, we can find inside of ourselves. We can't find it in a book. We're not going to find it in a building. We're not going to find it in another person. It's got to be within ourselves. And that's what meditation really is all about, is going within and connecting to the greater truth of who you are and who you are in the universe, the spiritual universe that you truly are dwelling in right now. And it's now very interesting to listen to things on YouTube and listen to things on different medias that are out there, because a lot of scientists are talking now about the realms of illusion, the holographic experience, and so on and so forth. And I mean, I was talking about this, and I knew about it in the 60s when I was growing up and meditating and graduating from school. And yet back then I was considered pretty crazy, because I would talk about, even in high school at the science class, I remember Mr. Bush almost trying to get me to quiet down about it, because it was just like, not what I'm teaching. I'm not teaching this. And but he would ask questions, and I'd share what I knew, and but it wasn't out of the book, and that's where I was wrong. But that's okay. But I did what I could. I shared what I could with people, and there's those people that have really meditated regularly for a long time that truly have had some inner experience. For some, it's just finding great inner peace. For some, it's finding loving, that presence of loving, that spiritual loving that resides everywhere within us, outside of us, everywhere. And it is wonderful to hear people really say they have found peace, they have found stillness, they have found the quiet, and they have found the answers in their life. Because when they go into the stillness and the quiet and the loving, the answers, the solutions, the way by which to move forward just comes clear. They don't know how, they don't know why, but when they come out of meditation, they have some kind of an answer. And if they follow it, it gets things moving in your way. And so that's what I'm wanting to help people to really have in their life experience, the greater truth that lies beyond all this illusion that we dwell in. This illusion is so captivating. It holds our interest. It traps us into focusing on something, making it so, so important, and yet it really isn't. But if we think it is, if we believe it is, and we give it all of our attention, it will consume us sometimes. And that's something that we want to pay attention to, because is that going to lead us to what we really are looking for? I remember so clearly all these years in my counseling work, people asking me certain questions. And a lot of the questions lead right down to this one, which is, why did God abandon me here? Why did God put me in this family of all families? What was God thinking when he put me in this distressful place? This isn't where I want to be. This isn't who I am. But yet here I am, and I'm stuck. I can't get out. How do I get out of this? How do I get free of it? Well, my answers have always been meditation. Meditation is the way. It's the way to find all the answers that we're longing to get answered. It's a way by which to become still and clear inside of ourselves, to where a lot of the disturbance will just fall away if we'll let it go. And then the trick is not to go grab it and bring it back, because that's what a lot of people do, because we're so comfortable, so familiar with the disturbance that when it's gone, it's too quiet, it's too peaceful, it's too still, it's too whatever. And they actually will go back and create the disturbance or grab the disturbance and bring it back into their lives, whether it be a person or a situation. So I find that I've been saying the same thing forever and ever and ever, it seems like. I know in 1970, I talked about spirit, about God, about the soul, about liberation of the soul, and I still am doing the same thing today. And I just invite you to listen to our talks online and listen when we do have classes, because we will share with you the greater truth. But that greater truth is one truth. There's not a lot of different truths that we're going to talk about. We're just going to focus on helping you to get to where you want to go. In answering those questions and finding the peace that you're longing for. We all want to be loved. We want to be loved so much. And we're craving our love. And we are craving to go out into the world and find that love wherever it might be. In this person, in this job, in this situation. Where's the love? Where's the love that really answers and fills me up? I want to be filled with love. It's not outside. It really is inside. And the hardest journey you're ever maybe going to take, and I'm going to say maybe because it's not true for everybody, but I would say maybe for most, is to sit down, close your eyes, and begin to go within and find how to be still, how to be quiet, and then see what comes forward in that stillness, in that peace, and just learn to live into that more. And in that action, you're going to be letting go of a lot of the things of this world that have held you in entrapments and bondage, caught in the ego of things. So as you go into this meditation practice, you're going to confront some things inside of yourself, your judgments, your fears, your angers, everything that has, in a sense, caused you disturbance and blocked you on your way will come up and face you once again. And the key to moving beyond them is to love it all. Love everything that is on your path. Love everyone, every situation, every illness, every disturbance, everything. And that love will transform all that into an energy of loving. It may take time. You may have built up some really great barriers, if you will, before you. But if you will just begin to love them all, that love will bore a hole through them and you'll be able to go past them. And that love will dissolve them to where they will not remain. And then you'll be freer of that. And in that freedom, you'll be able to go deeper inside yourself and higher into the self itself. You are soul, you are spirit. And the sooner you can find that for yourself, the more joyful, the more happy you will be. Because that's where the truth is. The truth that we all are longing for, we don't have words for sometimes, because we have forgotten the truth of who we are. Back when I gave my first talk in 1968, I stood up before a group of people and I was just panic stricken because I had never given a talk to a group of people in my life. And I looked out over the audience and Spirit came in very clearly and they said, just say this. I'm going to share with you some things. Wait just a minute. I just got caught up in my mind. I'm not living in the flow. Hold on. So I looked at the people and I looked and I said to them, I can only tell you what I know. And that's what I'm going to do. These are my experiences, not yours. And so I'm not telling you this is your truth. I'm telling you this is my truth. And all I'm going to be able to do in this action is to wake you up to what you already know. I'm here to help you remember what you have forgotten. That's what I'm here to do. If you'll allow me to, you'll begin to see the truth of that statement, that you have forgotten a great deal, that there's a great truth inside of you, and that if you will allow the action to take place, you'll begin to realize just how wise you really are. And truly what you are is love. Love, joy, peace, all of that which is of spirit, that's who you are. You are not a part of this world. You never will stay in this world for long. And you are longing to go back to where you came from, which is spirit. So I will do what I can to help you begin that journey, or even to continue that journey if you've already taken it to a point and don't know where to go beyond that. And that was a big part of my talk that day. So anytime you're listening to our talks, remember that we're just sharing with you what maybe you have forgotten and helping you to remember once again the greater truth of who you really are. You are spirit, you are soul, and believe me, your soul knows so much more than you can ever imagine. It knows things that you, in the physical form, will have a hard time maybe grasping even. And yet it will be the simplest of truths. And it will be hard to grasp because it means that you have to let go of the illusion that you have taken on and believe to be true. I know that in all the lessons I've gotten in school, all the things that my parents have taught me and told me how to live my life, all the things that I have learned in Sunday school, in church, in different places in my life, even from my friends, most all of it is just the illusion of this world trying to grasp a hold and survive and figure things out. But I know the greater truth that lies within. I know it, and I know that that same greater truth dwells within every one of us. And it's for us individually to go inside and to discover it, to find it, and to live into it more and more. But we have placed a lot of things between us and that truth. A lot of beliefs, a lot of fear, a lot of anger, a lot of judgment, and so much more. And so when you do begin meditating, if you've not really meditated before, you're going to find, you're going to confront all these thoughts, all these feelings, all these beliefs. They're going to come up and try to block you from moving forward. Because that's what the world does. The world does not want us to wake up and know the truth. The world wants us to stay a part of it. Stay in the illusion. Believe the illusion. Search after the illusion. Come back into the illusion again and again and again. But don't look to the greater truth, because that greater truth will slip you right out of this one and into the truth of truths. So be willing to sit in meditation and be willing to confront these different things that may come forward. Uneasiness, disturbance. It may show up as body itches, where you'll just be distracted back into the body and caught up in, okay, now where's that coming from? Why am I itching all of a sudden when I never do? Or you'll start sneezing, or you'll start crying. Or you might just have your mind running 10 miles a minute, because all of those things are going to be trying to distract you. It's sit and be still. Be still, be still, be still. And know that I am God. Know the truth of who you are. Know your soul. Wake up to your soul. And stop living into the illusion. Stop chasing after all those illusions that you've ever been chasing after. Yeah, but that's my soulmate. What are you talking about? I've got to go after them. No, that's not your soulmate. That's your illusions running you once again. There is no such thing as a soulmate. The perfect mate for you is your own soul. To know that, you have to go inside and begin to wake up beyond all the illusions to know the truth of that statement. And then you'll stop chasing after the things in the world, thinking that's going to be the solution, that's going to be the answer, that's where the love is going to be that loves me and fills me up with loving. It's all found inside. So many of us cry, we weep, we long, we want, we need, and yet we don't know what we want or need or crying for. But there's a pain inside, there's a longing inside, there's a loneliness inside. And I wish I had a pill I could give you. I remember when I was managing a chain of health food stores in San Antonio, Texas, and then later in Austin. Oh no, I'm sorry, just in San Antonio. And I would open the doors every day, 8 a.m., and people would come flocking in, and we'd make drinks for them, different types of protein drinks and different things to eat. We would sell them nutritional supplements. And I had so many times people come in looking for the magic pill. What's going to cure me? What's going to heal me? What's going to take away this pain? And I'd have to tell them, there's no one pill that's going to do all that you're longing for to have happen. I don't have one pill. But they would always look around and pick up a bottle. What about this? Won't this do it? I hear this is really good. And I heard that with people with arthritis, with diabetes, with cancer, looking for the magic pill. And I'd always tell them, really, it takes personal responsibility and personal action to straighten up whatever that is that's causing the problem. And sometimes there's not a real solution, not in a bottle, not in a piece of food. It's got to be more inside yourself. And that's really the truth. That's what I have found out for myself. And I've been there. I've had cancers. I've had different things. So I know what it takes personally on this journey to deal with the body, with the emotions, with the mind. And I'm just so grateful that I've had meditation all my life there to turn to and to go to and to find that center of peace. If you can ever be in that place of peace inside yourself, then you can move through the mountains, the disturbances, the roar of the ocean, whatever, and be at peace. And in that, you'll find the answers. You'll find the way to where you really want to go. So ultimately, my solution back then with helping people with vitamins and nutrition, and my answer today is meditation. Meditation is the key. Meditation is the way. Some people call it prayer. Some people call it meditation. Some people call it different things. But ultimately, it's learning to go beyond the realities of the illusion, if you will, and go into the truth that is you. It all starts with you waking up to the truth of who you are, and then loving the truth of who you are, and listening to the truth of who you are, and following that truth as it comes forward. I have found that for myself ever since I was 5 years old when I first had my first experience of awakening, and I find it today. Every day is different, and yet it's always an action of waking up into the greater and the greater and the greater. Okay. How was that?
Wow. Wow, that was nice.
I would say so, yeah,
You
it
covered a
was.
lot of ground there. Oh my goodness. Let me get this here. There we go. How was that for you?
Very good. I like being in the flow of spirit like that.
That was nice and entertaining.
Yeah, it was nice to reminisce a little bit.
What kind of drugs are you on?
Water.
That's funny. Oh my goodness. Well, I got to take a moment here to kind of come back. So I think I might just start sharing a little bit, just kind of my process and how things unfold for me in doing this type of service work. And I love listening to Jim's talks because that just takes me in. If you see, I close my eyes a lot of the time because I'm just pulled inside and up here to the seat of the soul and wear the purple light up in here, and I can just feel the openness and that presence of spirit. And it's just so nice to do. So I close my eyes just to be with that as I'm listening. And that's a lot of what I always do, whether I'm listening to Jim talk or if I'm listening to one of the recordings on the website, or when I'm just doing my own meditation and chanting the hue or the Ana hue or the sacred name of God we give an initiation. I just go into this space, often referred to as the upper room. We call it the seat of the soul. We'll refer to it, as many of you know from metaphysical, like the 6th and 7th chakra or the pituitary and pineal gland. But it's really this place that is between the two, and it's a doorway here. And this doorway that is often referred to, like, people know well the Rumi poem, the door is open, the door is round. And that's where we go within. And the real truth, even as Jesus shared about the tomb, and his resurrection and all that, not making this religious, but literally that storyline, this is the inner cave and this round door. And that door opens and closes according to really our journey and our focus and what we're doing within ourselves. And even in that storyline with Jesus and the Bible and all that, that a lot of people, to me, unfortunately, make it all physical. And not to say there isn't the physical component, but there's a lot of metaphorical or symbology, really is a better way to put it, that it's actually a direct truth being spoken about the spiritual journey of the soul in that process of coming into the cave. When we come into the cave, in a sense, there's like a death or a falling asleep, and this body's the cave where we come in the darkness in here. And then we're not aware of the light out there. But then when this opens back up and we're able to come out of the cave, back into the light, and of course the resurrection and ascension. And that is literally a direct story about the journey of the soul and what we're doing on this pathway of sound and light, in the action that takes place here with the spiritual teacher, with the meditation practice, and those that choose to walk the pathway, what you could call a student or a disciple. That these things are laid out and the storylines have always been there throughout the ages. And all we're doing here today, to this day, is really, we just use the past stories as reference, but to really get to that inner truth, as Jim was saying, it's all inside of each of us. And all we're doing here is helping to remind people that, and also giving the technique in the way by which to help open that door so that you can remember. But the key is, it's not a remembering of like an experience we had or something we read. It's not that type of remembering of something mentally. It's actually a remembering as an experience. That as we awaken in an experience, there's this inner knowing. It's the type of remembering that's an inner knowing rather than just information like in the mind. So for me, you'll hear me talk more about the energetics, what I feel. Jim's has these storylines that I just love listening to. And maybe one day I might be able to talk story like that, but mine is almost more scientific sometimes. I like to share my process and how that unfolds for me as I do this. So to give another idea, just like as Jim was sharing, I talked about how I was aware up here. And when I am, that's one of the ways I know when, for me, I'm present and open with spirit, because I will literally be aware of that door open and I'll feel an openness. Just, it's like the sky is just open and there's no ceiling. And I'm aware of that divine presence. It's almost like the sun outside. It's like a warmth. It's almost, if you're out on a nice warm day and it's sunny, you can see the sun and you can feel it, like the warmth, and that warmth on your skin is like a slight pressure almost. That's what I feel up here when I'm aware of that inner light, and I can see that inner light. Most of the time for me, it's purple, and at times I'll see a golden white in here as well as some other colors, just depending on what the spiritual action going on in the moment. But even in doing the work we do, like in class when we started today, and it's always like this for class. It's kind of a funny process for myself or Jim or anybody like Kelsey when she's doing her classes, or anybody facilitating and sharing like this, that when we get together, our focus is always spirit. And we do what we can inside of ourselves to open and allow that action of loving of spirit to move through us. And when it does, we just share in the moment those awarenesses, the storylines, the processes that are there, because we know as we do that and share our experience, that those of you listening and watching and you hear our experience, that it'll speak to that part of you that knows the same thing. So in hearing that truth that is the same for all of us, as we speak it here, you go, oh yeah, I recognize that. Wow, Brian, when you just said that, actually I do feel a sensation or a pressure, like a warmth, and I do see an inner light sometimes, or if I don't, I'm still aware of something. And I'm aware when I really give a focus and start chanting the name, that's what opens the door. And if I'm just busy thinking or imagining things, it actually closes the door. It gets down to that level of practicality. And we just need to pay attention so that each of us is aware of what are we doing in ourselves? How are we making ourselves available, such as the meditation to open the door? And then even knowing, how do we know what is that movement of spirit, and how do we know when we're just in our minds and we're just thinking, we're in our imagination fantasizing things, right? Or in our emotions, when we're feeling emotionally, when we vent, get it off your chest type of a thing, those things. So those are indicators of, excuse me, what's going on inside of us. And then we're just learning in this process, just learning, really the better way to say it is becoming aware of what is taking place inside of us on all these different levels. So our focus here is spiritual, so we'll talk about that. But we'll also talk about all the other levels, from the unconscious, the mental, the emotional, the imagination, and the physical, so that each of us can begin to really see, and that we begin to awaken to, when we are in these other levels, what that is unfolding inside of ourselves. And how do we know what is what? And the real simplicity is the knowing begins to awaken just by giving our attention, literally, just giving our attention. When we focus on it, we begin to become more aware of it, right? So right now we're talking and you guys can see us because there's light, but I go, oh, there's light, but where's the source of that light? Well, if I don't look to where it's coming from, I'm not going to know. But if I look up, oh, there's the source of light. It's right up there. I can see things, so there's light, but let me look to the source, to where is that coming from? But you see, most of us are just busy looking in the world, and we see things physically, but we don't bother looking up to where is that source coming from that allows us to see, that gives us the opportunity to become aware. And so all we're doing in meditation is saying, hey, do you want to wake up? Do you want to become more aware? If you want to really wake up spiritually, become more aware spiritually, we've got to look to the source. And that's what we're doing in meditation, is learning how to look up to the source from which this light is coming. It's that simple. Really is. It always blows everybody's mind when we get into the details of the simplicity, because the mind's always trying to make it complicated. Think, oh, you got to be doing all kinds of stuff like that kid. What drugs are you on? It's like, it's always got to be something else. It can't be that simple. Just look up and look to the source. Well, go outside, look up, right? You see the light, you feel the warmth of the sunshine on you. Where's it coming from? Oh, it's up there, that sun, that light. That's what we're doing in meditation, is literally just looking to the source so that we see where this light is coming from, where that warmth is coming from. And then as we look at it more and more over time, it has a tendency to draw us towards itself. And that's the other wonderful thing here. See, most of us would think, what do I need to do now to go to that, right? We got to build a rocket ship. We got to get into physics and science and understand the engineering and get in a rocket and shoot up and go towards that sun. Well, the wonderful thing is, spiritually, maybe that's true physically, but spiritually, all we got to do is look up inside of ourselves. We close our eyes and go inside into that cave, come present, not only at the seat of the soul, but in our soul itself that sits right here. Right here it sits. And when we open that door by ask, seek, knock, right? Ask shall be revealed, seek, knock, and the door shall be open. All those phrases. So we open that door when we're chanting the sacred name or the hue or Anahu, that's like knocking. We're knocking at the door and opening it up. And then as it opens, we can seek, oh, where is that? Where's the source from where that light's coming? Where's that source from where that loving, that warmth is coming from? So we look, we start seeking, and we ask, well, where is the door? We ask the questions, what do I do? Where is the light? Where is the source? Who am I? All of that. So all the questions that'll show up, which is, of course, why we do Q&A as well. But it comes from that place of seeking in a true desire. And this is one of the other parts. So as I was saying, when we look up, one of the things spiritually, that as we look to that source from where we've come and from who we are, it actually begins to draw us automatically. It's an inner pull. It's like an inner magnet. Just like, in a lot of the, I guess you could call it abundance programming or manifesting stuff and working with affirmations, you repeat it over and over, you visualize it in your mind, you put your feelings in there, you mentally draw out this vision map or treasure board, all the things, you put all your emotions, you got to believe it. When you believe it and act as if, then it'll manifest, right? I know most of us here has probably done work like that. Takes a lot of work, right? And a lot of time and effort. Well, here's one nice thing in meditation. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. See, when we do all that other stuff, mentally, emotionally, imaginationally, to create physically, we are making effort. We're putting in all this energy. But if you understand the laws of physics and science here, it's all based on polarity, positive, negative. It's a magnet. It's electromagnetic. Our thoughts are literally like electromagnetic. You put them in the emotions, the energy of the emotions, energy in motion, starts to now create this downward pull. It's like gravity. Gravity pulls us down, right? What we don't realize, well, what is it pulling down? Well, it's pulling my attention down, but what is it really pulling down? It's pulling down the love and the creativity of our own soul, The life essence itself, we are now infusing that life essence through our thoughts, feelings, imagination into the body by doing all this work. So we're literally pulling out of that vast infinite universe of God's loving and now manifesting it or expressing it through what we could call creativity. We're going to take our loving, put it into a creative movement. Okay, that's what we do here. That's how we create our life, even when we're unconscious. This goes on unconsciously. What people are doing nowadays is becoming more conscious of what and how it works, so they're now giving it more energy, right? So we try to create the life we want, but it's based on a magnetism. By doing all this inner work, it polarizes it so that we, like a magnet, draw to us that which we want, and also draw and now move ourselves towards that which we want. So it's at the same time. Okay, if I can do it this way, you might be able to see it. So if in the future, this is our goal, our desire, what we want to manifest, achieve, etc. And here we are now. So to get to here to there, we do all this work, as I was describing, and it creates an electromagnetic charge that draws us to that future and draws the future to us. And at some point in this, it happens simultaneously, some point we'll meet. And that will be that present moment then that there's this energy release, because now we have manifested, achieved our goal or desire. All right? Well, where do even these laws of physics come from? Where are they? People say, oh, sacred geometry, okay? Quantum science, or as Jim's saying, the holographic universe. That would be fun to look at that book, by the way. Little side note. These are a reflection of more of what you could call spiritual science, not a metaphysical. This is all metaphysical I'm talking about, but unfortunately the world has mislabeled and misunderstood and miscommunicated what metaphysical is. Rather, they call it spiritual. This is all metaphysical. The only true spiritual action or spiritual science is from the soul up in the realms of spirit, the Holy Spirit, God, and pure loving. No thought, no emotion, no imagination, no body. So this is all reflection, okay? So getting back to what I was saying, is we now, if you understand, hopefully the simple principles as I was just describing and what most of us are doing unconsciously in our lives, let alone those of us that are consciously doing it. If you take that same concept and now, instead of this way horizontally, turn it on end. So it's now vertically. So now vertically, here we are down here instead of over here and trying to manifest our future. We're down here, and now vertically up here is our source. It's that simple. So in meditation, we're looking up to the source of life itself that we call God or loving. That's also what we call the path of sound and light here. So as we look to that, the difference spiritually is that as we look to it, it automatically acts like a magnet. Just by giving it our attention, it will begin to draw us towards itself. Because you see, loving attracts loving. So if we're looking to the source of loving, we call God, that inner light, well, as soon as we do, all of a sudden the loving that we are, the soul, will begin to be drawn towards it, literally just by looking. Okay? But I will say, there also is, just like in this world, we hear about responsibility. If we want something, we got to put in the effort, work for it, take action so that we can manifest it. And then whatever comes along with it, we have a responsibility to take care of, right? Well, there's a similar but different, similar type of a process on this inner journey as well. So if we really inside of ourselves want to wake up and know ourselves, where we came from, and if we want to go back, really I should say when, because eventually we all will. And if those of you listening here, more than likely that's beginning to wake up inside of you if it hasn't already. We'll begin to look now, oh, so God is my goal. That's where I want to go. That's what I want to experience. How do I get there? See, it's almost like the same thing in the world horizontally, but now vertically. So as we focus on it, it'll begin to draw us towards itself like the magnet, and we'll begin to now move towards it just by looking, literally just by looking, because like I said, loving attracts loving. The soul of who we are is loving, God is loving, created in God's image. So as we look, it begins to draw us just like this here. We begin to draw here. So just like we've had the techniques and processes to do here for manifesting, well, there's a similar type of a thing that we do spiritually. So as we go into meditation and we now focus, instead of now putting in all of our thoughts and visioning and all this emotion and imagining and visualizing what we want, we let go of all of that. Literally, drop it. If you do any of that, it'll literally get in the way and start to close the door of you actually going to the source, or even allowing that source of light, like a sun ray, coming into you. It'll get in the way. It'll muddy the waters, so to speak. You know, if you ever been in water, like at the surface, it's really bright and the top reflects it. But if you go under the water, you can still see it, right? If you're a little under. But if you go deeper, if you ever done like a little submarine ride like we've done over in Hawaii, you know, we get down about, I think it's 150 feet or so. The light starts to change and the water was just pure blue, all blue. It was only blue, which is really cool. But then you go deeper and deeper. If you guys see any of these shows like submarines that go down like thousands of feet, it gets completely dark. Well, that's literally, physically actually true. And it's actually a literal parable, so to speak, or symbol of what happens to the soul spiritually, that up above the water, and the water is what we call the lake of reflection or the sea of life. That is this physical creation of time and space, which is the realm of the unconscious, the mind, the emotions, imagination, and body. Okay. This is all underwater. So at the surface, it's all light. There's the direct sunlight. But as we now go down below the surface of the water, well, just below it, we can see it, but it starts to get distorted because there's that watery membrane, right? If you've been underwater and you look up, you can see the sun, but if the water moves, it kind of starts to distort it. That's what happens. So then the deeper we go into this physical creation, well, then it begins to change. And it's cool because even as you begin to go through the etheric realm and come in to the mind, well, the mind, the top of the mental realm is blue, just like going down to there is blue. It's such a, just like Jim's sharing, you were literally saying there's a similarity, but it is different. Well, this is literally that level of similarity. So the top of the mind is blue, just like going down 150 feet or so, the water just turned blue because the way the light changed at that depth. And then it just keeps going down. So as the soul comes into this creation, it goes down deeper, deeper, deeper. Colors will change, experiences will change, and eventually it just gets really dark, which is where we are physically, back to the cave. Okay. That is literally what takes place. And I say that word a lot, and I get teased about it by Kelsey. Because it is so real. People will have inner experiences and sometimes think, oh, that seems so real. That was amazing, but it kind of just seemed like what I go through in my life. Well, where do you think our life looks the way it does? Where does that come from? It's that reflection into the world, as above, so below. So if we want to go to the source, rather than just be here on the reflection, we've got to now go to that source. So we first have to become aware that it's even there. And then if there's actually even a curiosity, let alone any kind of desire, if you want to go there, you begin to seek it out. And that's when you do, as I said, as you look to the source, that light is like a magnet, it'll draw you towards itself. And in that drawing it towards itself, well, guess what happens practically in the world? You will draw to you people, situations, circumstances that'll actually support you in moving towards that light. Or you will be drawn to where that is. Either way, it's like this. Like I said, it's simultaneously being drawn to you and you going towards it. That's really the truth. It's not one or the other, it's actually simultaneously. So as you now begin this journey seeking that light, then as you lift up, it draws this in to support you now in that journey. Just look in your own life. How did you hear about spirit? How did you hear about the pathway? How did you ever learn about meditation? How did you hear about ILM? Wasn't it through other people? Or you were looking on the internet and found our YouTube channel or our website somehow? Think about it. Literally, think about it. Look in your own life how you were drawn even just to hear. Let's make this really practical, in other words, so you have a solid example. What is that simple in the same process for how you are drawn inwards and upwards to the source? So once we grasp that and we want it, we'll begin to be shown, become more aware of how we can now begin to, I don't want to say manifest it, how we can awaken to it. Manifesting's out here. This is a process of awakening. And in awakening, we actually have to let go of all of this mental, emotional, imaginational, and physical to let the door open and go there. We have to let it go, let God, right? These all simple phrases have a real truth. So as we let go of all this and now focus in and up here, the light itself will begin to draw us. But even in the drawing, so if you've been meditating at all, or if you've been paying attention, doing any kind of personal growth work, let alone spiritual meditation work, you'll notice as you are drawn towards that light, you may just feel it as that warmth or loving. It may be very subtle or peaceful. And as you move towards it, even if you're not aware of a movement, but you just start kind of opening and start feeling your way around and realizing where there's space around you. Or is it really tight and condensed? You're in your consciousness and you're like, oh my God, I'm so stressed. Energetically, this is what goes on. In our own personal consciousness, our aura, our space, our personal space, we'll feel these things, see these things, hear these things. We'll know them one way or another. And if you're not sure, all you got to do is start paying attention. And see, one of the benefits of meditation, as Jim was just sharing, as you go inside, it's going to pull forward all these things. All those things that stand, we often call it, all those things that stand between you and God are going to be pulled up and come forward for us to have to look at and work with, or just simply let go. If when I say work with, the working is if there's just something to learn. And that learning takes place simply by willing to look at it, to love it. As Jim said, all you got to do is love it. But to love it, you've got to be willing to look. So I have this little thing I call it look, learn, and love. That's it. So as these things are coming up inside of you, obviously for all of us, the hardest thing to do is when there's something very uncomfortable and disturbing, whether it's a thought, feeling, fantasy, or some physical past association memory. It's all inside of there. And if it's uncomfortable or disturbing, it's because there's all this magnetic energy still on that. From what we manifested in the past, this may still be in the past, we're trying to get rid of it, but it's still got all this magnetic charge on there that runs even unconsciously and holds us to the past. So if you've ever been wondering, why can't I manifest my dreams and the life I want, right? It's because these things in the past that still have a magnetic charge are holding us and not allowing us to move forward. This is the other, just a little side note for those of you who want to manifest in the world. This is how you actually manifest. If all you're focused on is all the positive affirmations, envisioning, going for the future, well, the other big part of it, 50% of the work, is doing the letting go, the forgiveness, being willing to look at, because why? That is holding us for a reason. It's not a bad thing, even though it seems negative and scary and it hurts. That pain and fear is letting us know where there's something incomplete, something's done, not done. There's something there we need to look at, to learn, to free ourselves, to release. You know, think of like grade school. You've got to learn what they're teaching, take a test and demonstrate you understand what is being taught, right? And if you don't, you don't pass. So you've got to do more work until you understand it. And once you've learned it, you can pass the test, then you can go forward to the next grade, right? This is how karma works. Karma is unlearned lessons. So if we've got these things in the past that are unlearned, it's magnetically, literally holding us there, holding us back. It's just the laws of the universe. Really, that's how karma works, the karmic law. Not a spiritual law, karmic law. Spirit doesn't have laws, by the way. Spirit has principles, actions, qualities. When you talk about law, that's karma. Spirit only operates by grace, not by law. I like to clarify that because there's a lot of confusion out there about what's spiritual, and really it's metaphysical and it's not a spiritual action. But that's just part of what we do here. So I always throw those things in as I go along. So if you got that holding you in the past, well, not only is it holding you horizontally in the past, you know, all the things we need to go to therapy for, to do the inner work of healing and all the forgiveness. Yeah, that's important to do. We need to, because that's how we release ourselves from those karmas. And all of us are what? We're always praying, God, please heal me, take this away from me, lift it from me. That's what most of us do. That's why a lot of people will go to church, or a lot of people will go to gurus in India and other places thinking the guru is going to heal them, or you got some psychic healer or some spiritual healing or evangelical stuff, and people have these things, right? That's all out there because people are praying what? For the easy way. I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to learn from it. Just take it away. Like Jim was saying with nutrition, just give me the pill. Give me the pill. It's nutritional. It's healthy. It's a good thing, right? Because it's not pharmaceutical, so it must be good. But just give me the pill. Let me heal it. Same thing here. This is what people do psychically, hoping spiritually that God will just take it from them. Well, that does happen, but guess when it happens? When the karma is actually done. You heard Jim today share, people will literally let go and complete something, but then when it's too quiet, they'll go back and pick it up. That's what I'm talking about right now, what Jim just shared. We can literally have learned a lesson, be done with it, even unconsciously, not knowing, but because we had the experience, it's in the soul knows. There's a wisdom there now, even if we're not mentally aware of it. It's there just from our life experience. But if there's something incomplete and undone, karmically that's held to us until it's released. So you may not have known how to let it go yourself, so you go to somebody else, whether it's a therapist, a program, a seminar, a person says, you're healed, and you believe them, and in that belief you let go. And then all of a sudden it's changed. And you go, wow, I am healed. I don't have it anymore. It's changed. Because all you needed was a trigger to support you to give yourself permission to actually let go. It's actually that simple. But here's the other catch-22. I've had this happen for me before, by the way. And then a day and a half later, the thing came back. I didn't go searching for it. It just came back. The magnet will always draw back that which has a magnetic charge because it is not complete. There's still something there to learn. So I've learned over all these years of doing this work not to avoid, to actually look at what is taking place in my life, what is going on inside of me, to be aware of my thoughts. What am I always thinking about? What am I dwelling on? What are the emotions going on inside of me? What am I fantasizing about all the time? What's running in my imagination, my desires? I've learned to look at all that. And here we call it self-study, to be aware, self-aware, to look at all of our thoughts and feelings and imaginations and our physical life experience. Because in doing that, we will then begin to see, as I said, look, and in the seeing, we can now begin to learn, and then we can begin to love. And it's the loving that completes, that fulfills. But also realize that the loving in helping us and supporting us to complete, to learn, to fulfill, it doesn't just take it away or lift it, like I was saying. It supports us and reveals to us that which we have yet to do or actions to take to complete it. So that in doing those actions, we learn and get the benefit of why we even created it in the first place. Just like school, we learn the subject matter, and when we learn it, it's done. Even though if we had a hard time learning it, we had ADHD, we had all these problems as a kid growing up, and it was a struggle. People made fun of us. Well, that's what happens, right? Kids are so mean, right? In school, we've been bullied or we bullied others, always teasing, insulting. Well, that's what happens in life. So as we go through the school of life as well as academia, this is a process that takes place. So we get caught up not only in the subject matter, and if we have a hard time learning it, we judge ourselves, we think we're stupid, we think this and that of ourselves, and we get the support because everybody else is telling us the same stuff. So it's reinforcing. So we start to now believe because we conditioned ourselves, and then we just can't seem to understand or get it. Because now we've created all this judgment and fear and conditioning, and now beliefs about ourselves. I'm stupid, I'm doing it wrong, I can't do enough, I need to now look to somebody else to do it because I can't do it. You guys know what I'm talking about? Does this relate? Anything going on in your life you can think of right now as I'm talking about this? Am I describing anything you're struggling with in the moment? This is how it works. This is literally the practicality of how these things work. It's just whether we give it enough attention inside of ourselves, because these energetics are invisible. It's like the air, but yet the air has movements. There's hurricanes and tornadoes. There's stillness. It's all of that. We just have to pay attention to become aware of it, and then learn what can we do with it. So I'm sharing now what takes place, but then I'm getting to, don't worry, what we can do with it. As you know, it's always meditation. That's the joke. What's the answer? Meditate. And I'll get back to that, but describing more of the horizontal karmic laws first. But the answer is always meditation because it's vertical. But realize as we are literally looking to the source and meditation, drawing to that, it will draw these things and bring them up inside of us from our past, those things that are incomplete. The good news is now as we go towards the source, so as we look to God and love God and start moving towards God, it'll pull these things automatically. Yes, they're disturbing and uncomfortable, but here's the thing. There's some valuable lesson that's actually a blessing in disguise. We think it's negative. We think it's terrible because with it, it feels uncomfortable, disturbing, and then we have all these negative belief systems and judgments and fears wrapped up in whatever that energetic is that's incomplete. We're all twisted, so to speak. All of our thoughts and feelings are all twisted in a knot, the Gordian knot. We take out that sword of truth to cut it. That sword of truth is loving. So as we now move towards loving, we open and we allow that loving to come in. We ask for God, we invite God in to assist us with the learning. So we allow the light of spirit, of loving and awareness to now shine on whatever this is going on inside of us, the karmic lesson, where it's all twisted. We're in fear, reaction, turmoil. So part of this process is taking responsibility for our thoughts and feelings, actions and reactions. But the way we do it here and what we share at ILM, it's not you take it and work it out with your ego. We just say be willing to look, invite God in, give it up to God, so that in God's loving and grace, one, the lessons can be revealed, and then as the lessons are revealed, you actually now come into acceptance and are able to love this. And now in that light revealing, it'll begin to now awaken in your consciousness what was there and meant for you to learn about from the very beginning. And then all the thoughts, the feelings, the fears, the judgments that you had to untangle in there, as you do this process, you literally will let all that go. in truly the grace then in your willingness. If you're willing, it's often known in here, the 90-10% rule. If you're willing to do just your 10%, God will do the other 90, handle the other 90, as well as participate in your 10%. So 100% is handled. You just focus on just this 10%. Learn your lesson, be willing to look, learn, love, do the loving, accepting, forgiving, LAF work, accept responsibility for those thoughts and feelings, all those judgment and fears you put in there. Just by doing that, at some point, it'll open and reveal itself. And then it just releases. All the thoughts and feelings will dissolve, literally, poof, just back into thin air. That's the illusion. When we say it's an illusion here, there's really no true substance. It's just our thoughts and feelings created this electromagnetic energy that we now, through loving, are demagnetizing, neutralizing, releasing. When we release that in simple ways, it's called forgiveness. When we forgive ourselves and forgive the situations, peoples, we let it go. It's been neutralized, no more magnet. That's how we free ourselves from these things as they come up. And as soon as we're able to free ourselves, guess what happens? Well, now this process of going to the light and the light drawing us, but as I said, when these things come forward, when they do, they hold us. It's like, wait, I can't go. Why am I stuck? I'm stuck. We even use that. I'm stuck. Help me. I'm confused. I'm in doubt. I'm in worry. I'm in fear. I'm stuck. I'm in a rut. That's what these energies do. But as we do this inner work with meditation and opening, inviting God in and giving it up to God and doing our part, like I described with the LAF and taking responsibility, looking at our thoughts, feelings, it all works together. It's all going on simultaneously, but we just have to consciously do each step inside of us. And as we do, it's a natural unfolding process. And when it's truly fulfilled, it'll just open up and release. We'll be aware of it. We'll feel better, like, whoa, we might cry. We might even get sick and go through a process, and then it's done. We're like, oh my God. And then we'll actually see our lives actually change. You know, when we call it a big karma, a big clearing, people often say, that's where we really see life transformation, real change, in other words. That's why I was saying, you know, before we started, like, this has been the year of transformation. I am literally describing the transformative process. As we do this and release, we transform. And in that transformation, we'll even see things change in the world. We'll even have different thoughts and feelings. Maybe have more peace and joy, right? Experience more loving. And as we do and release this here, we kept hitting a ceiling in ourselves, right? Well, all of a sudden that rises now. We're able to go higher, get closer to that source. It's the ceiling just removed, or at least there was an opening created that we can now fly out. Remember I said the door is open around? Same thing here. We can leave the physical body, the soul. People call it out-of-body experiences, spiritual experiences, near-death experiences. I like to call them near-life experiences because you're getting close to the truth of life rather than death, what the body is. Same thing happens on these other realms. Just like you can leave the body here through the doorway, there's a doorway in every realm through the imagination, emotions, mind, unconscious. There's a doorway. And that's the journey of the soul. That's this vertical. As you look towards the source, that light, golden white light, but that light also now is at the top of every realm. Just like we see the sunlight here physically, that's like what it is inside. There's a physical sun. That's the light of our own soul right here. When we do the hue or ana hue, and you do meditation, if you see the inner light, whether it's a golden white, or if you see the purple, that is actually a frequency of the Holy Spirit. God's loving directly, emanating from the source coming right to you and meeting you right here, the seat of your soul, because your soul resides in that loving. And what we're doing here in meditation ILM is waking up to that. So as we wake up, we will literally see that inner light. That purple light is that light of the Holy Spirit. That golden white light is the light of your own soul. And the pure white light up in the realm of the Spirit literally is God and the essence of God. Okay, these are all frequencies. There's light, and we also talk about sound. There's different sounds of the frequency known as the sound current, or God directly, the voice of God. So we always want to go towards God. If you want to call it, make that your goal, your destination, your ultimate desire, often called a desireless desire. Because to get to it, you've got to detach or let go of everything else. In a way, you're attaching yourself to God. It's really funny to put it that way because you've never been not detached from God. We just think we are when we're caught up in all this and asleep and unaware of God. So this process is how this unfolds. And hopefully in sharing today that you saw some of that in yourself and maybe began to have greater clarity what's unfolding in you. But here's the real key. The way by which this takes place and how to empower yourself is always through the meditation. You can do all the work you want out here with forgiveness and all these techniques and therapies, and you can do some wonderful healing and come right up here to the mind, as Jim said, the top of the mind earlier. A lot of good programs and people out there doing good work, like Transcendental Meditation, TM. But it's just up to the mind. What we're doing here, we want to literally go beyond the mind, to rise above it. The mind stops literally at the eyes, okay? Below the eyebrows here. I got glasses, that's why I couldn't do it all the way down. That's why we focus up here. We want to rise above the mind, above the eyes, polarity, duality of this world, to the single eye, right? The single eye. Most people call it the third eye. We like to say truly the soul. Single eye, the soul's eye, the spiritual eye, open and awake. And doing meditation does that. The other big key, so I mentioned the sound. So there's that light, most of us hear, and what we mostly talk about. But that inner sound, even the name, the word hue and anahue, people in TM and other places use Om, right? There's a frequency that'll take you to the top of the mind. Well, the hue, anahue, will take you to the soul above the mind. But that's just for the physical level. It begins the process of waking up to your soul right here physically. And it begins to open that door so that you can begin to see and experience now that true light of the Holy Spirit. That begins the process. And it empowers you to do all this, what we call inner kingdom work. People would sometimes just call it personal growth, personal responsibility. We call it inner kingdom work. Just all this right here inside yourself. But this greater journey of meditation goes beyond the physical self. That's the greater journey that we really are doing in ILM. We do all the other as well, but the main focus with the meditation, it begins with the hue. As that door opens and we look towards the source, as it draws us, and we do this in a work to release ourselves so that it can draw us higher and closer. That's how this works. God never imposes, God always invites. And it's up to us to ask and also do the work to release ourselves, to fulfill ourselves, to learn our lessons, to free ourselves of those karmas. And as we do, God can bring us closer, bring us further, bring us higher, until eventually we complete all of our lessons here and are free to go. And that's what we call soul liberation, where we, the soul here now, have gone through the physical, astral, causal, mental, etheric realms and into the soul realm and the realms of spirit. That's the cosmology. And that's a process that truly exists. Just like we have this whole vast physical universe Well, there's a vast universe on every realm that the soul will transcend through, just like it can here and does physically. It does the same thing on these other levels. Those are just different frequencies, but they're part of this dimension of time and space. But then there's something beyond it all. And that's what we're doing here. So the key is the meditation, because with that name, even just a hue and anahue, it carries a frequency, or what we sometimes call a charge of energy. Just like we have the magnetic charge here in the polarity that literally pulls atoms together or repels them, right? That's how things manifest and dissolve here. Again, like I said earlier, that's just a lower reflection of this vertical that'll draw us to it. So we need a charge of energy. Well, God's charge of energy is loving. Loving is that charge of energy. It's literally like charged particles, just like that, but it's loving. That's why the light, we can see a light. Well, how can we see that light? We can only see it by the soul's eye. We can't see it physically. It's through the soul that we see. So that light is got its own essence or energy. So in order to awaken to it and move in it and participate, we have to now utilize the language of spirit, which is sound as well as light. So when we talk about a sacred name like the Huron or the names of initiation that we share about, in those names, there's sounds, they're frequencies. So as we chant the hue, or even the Om, just a lower frequency, the hue, the soul frequency, that frequency has a charge of energy of God's loving. And as we chant that, that charge of energy in that word, that name, will begin to now draw the soul to itself. That's what empowers the soul. Okay? So the more we do that and we empower the soul, well, the empowerment of the soul is like feeding the soul, strengthening, energizing it. It's filling it with loving. People call it the nectar of heaven, the manna from heaven. It's God's loving. No matter what name you call it, no matter what language, it's just God's loving that is empowering the soul with that sound like the hue to break free. It helps charge it up, to lift it, and also the loving to break free of the karmic bonds. Those karmas are weights, like I said, gravity, magnet, okay? So the charged energy will now begin to now empower the soul, so the soul becomes stronger than all these magnets and gravity, so the soul can begin to release itself from all these energetics holding it down. That's why we have to meditate if we truly want to get free and liberated. You've got to replace the polarized charge with the spiritual charge of loving. So I'm going to take it one step further and wrap this up for you guys. Okay? So just like we're doing with the hue that supports our inner kingdom work, supports us to wake up to the soul right here, and then we'll have time to work with that. And once we know, we've had our experience, we know this is real, like, wow, we have that inner knowing, that experience, the inner work, we see even change in our physical lives maybe, or the people around us and the conversations, right? It gets amazing at times. When we get to the point we know this is it, we feel like we found our place. The truth is we found the place inside of ourselves. But there will also be outer reflections, just like if you are drawn to ILM, if you're drawn to your friends that are doing this practice and you know that loving, that you want that for yourself. That's how it looks in the world. The truth is you came to your place where that inside of you, where it resides, and guess what? It's going to reflect in the world around you. That's how it works. That's the spiritual science of it. So when you're ready to now do the journey, just like I've been describing, and go further, higher, through all the realms, back in the realms of spirit, that's where now we talk about the names of initiation. Those names of initiation are just like the hue and anahue. They're other words or names or sounds, frequencies of God's loving Just like the hue wakes us up here, well, those other words and names wake the soul up on these other realms, the astral, causal, mental, etheric, and soul realm, just like I described. So if you're newer, that's what we're talking about here. These names, just like the hue, they have a charge of loving that literally when these names are shared with those that are seeking that, what we could call a disciple, a student, or an initiate, who initiated means simply to receive those names because you know this is what you want to do, that you want to do the meditation, you really want to walk towards your fulfillment, your freedom, your liberation, then you pursue that. And part of that is learning these other names, you receive them. And then when they're given to you, because they're written out there, you can go find them and get them, you can Google them. But when you're a true disciple on the path, that you're doing the real work, just like you go to school, you've got a teacher, right? Same thing here. God will bring you to a teacher that can teach you about this and give you the keys to the kingdom, those sacred names. And when they give them to somebody who's truly authorized to do that, when they're shared, they're actually charged with the loving. If you go and grab them out of a book or the internet, they don't have that charge of energy. They're just words on paper. But when you work directly with an actual individual, what we call the spiritual teacher or master, that has that authority by God through the Holy Spirit to charge those words, those names, that is what now empowers you. And there's a direct relationship then, just like you would have, like if you're learning and going to school and there's a teacher, they share with you the lesson. Just like we're doing here, we're sharing with you the spiritual teachings, which in a way doesn't sound too mystical or metaphysical. It's actually very practical and simple, but it's how it is. But if you feel that drawn towards and you really want to work with that for your own soul's liberation and awakening, you begin to pursue, you ask, you learn, and you do the homework. That's called doing the meditation and everything I just described. So when you receive those names, they're actually charged. They've got the loving itself is infused in those words. So then when you take them, and now in meditation here at the Seat of the Soul, chant them, say them, sing them, that energy, just like when you do the hue, if you're aware of that energy, that frequency, like I always feel a sensation and see the purple light and the peace that comes, that's the charge, that's the energy there. When we share here, we have that charge. That's why when you do that with us, you can have experience with it, see that light and experience things moving. Same thing with the names of initiation, the sacred name, the keys to the kingdom. That charge continues and builds now through all these other realms so that the soul has the straight and narrow pathway right from here all the way through all the realms, and not only into the soul realm, but actually the heart of God itself, where we and God become one. That's the ultimate destination, if you want to call it that, where we fully awaken and know our oneness with God. And in that journey, there's going to be all these other things that awaken and processes that happen along the way. Because we're first going to become more awake and aware of who we are as a soul, as a child of God. And then after we awaken to the child of God, the truth of who we are, then there's a journey that continues, what we call through the realms of spirit into God directly and fully. Where just as Jesus said, the Father and I are one. Well, there's the day that we each and every one of us will be able to say the same thing. And that's the journey that we're doing here on this path to sound and light and inner light ministries. So I know I've talked a lot, and I tend to make it kind of scientific in a way, but that's just how it functions for me. And all these energies, I'm aware of myself, but I find when I can share that, hopefully it'll stir awaken you, just like when Jim shared in his way, that hopefully somehow it'll relate to something going on in you. And it's up to you to follow and to pursue and do whatever you wish. If you're newer in here, everybody else has heard this before. We don't have any rules or laws. It's all freely given, freely received. It's up to each person to do with all this as they will, to pursue things as they will, to ask, whatever that is. There's no demands on our side of night, is what I'm saying. There's no have tos. There's no rules in that way. There's recommendations, just like we recommend. Practice laughing, LAF, loving, accepting, forgiving. So yeah, those are the spiritual principles or teachings that we recommend. But we always recommend, we even put it out that way as suggestions, because these are the things that can support you in getting liberated, in waking up to yourself, and in truly living this action of spirit. But it's up to you. That's why we don't make them rules or laws. They're just suggestions, and then it's up to you to experiment. I like to always say that, experiment with any of this, so you have your experience. You didn't notice, Jim said that a lot in his sharing today. It's your own experience. You've got to have your experience. It's not a lecture. It's an experiential learning. We're just sharing here. It's up to you to take that and do something with it, to have your experience, to do the meditation, do this inner work, and see what happens inside of you and in your life. That's what we're here to do. I could actually keep going, but I'm also aware of the time, and we've been going a while. We're going to go ahead and move into a break, and hopefully it stimulated some things in you, and hopefully some questions as well. Please feel free to ask your questions. That's why we take the time to meditate, to have our own experience, to share. And maybe even in our sharings, you are having experiential awarenesses inside of yourself, even as we share, because that happens too. So as we move into the break, we'll play the Hue again, and we'll have on the screen the email at info@island.org, like Kelsey shared to begin with, that you can write any questions you have in. And when we get back from the break, then that's where Kelsey will read the questions out to us, and then Jim and I will answer the questions. And just so you know, they're all anonymous. Well, of course, Kelsey will know who wrote it in, but she doesn't say names. None of those details are given. So whatever you write in, it'll be anonymous. We do that on purpose because we want you to know, we want you to be willing and feel free to be able to say or ask anything you want, because a lot of the things that trap us are often those deeper fears or shames and embarrassments and all that can seem pretty dark to us when we're in them, right? We want you to have the freedom to be able to share those and ask questions and not feel judged or worried you're going to be condemned or whatever. We just don't do that here. So we're keeping it anonymous in that way. So just the information, the question comes out, and we can just share in that way. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and, okay, it says 3:15 over here in Central Time. We're going to take a half-hour break. So I know online we have it till from 3:30 to 4, but we're actually 15 minutes early. So instead of 3:30 to 4, we're going to go from 3:15 to 3:45. And then we'll be back here approximately 4:45. If we're a little after 4:45, that's fine. We'll be back. But take a half an hour break, write in your questions, as I said, and we'll see you back here, and we'll continue on with the session. Thank you.
Question number 1. Thank you, Jim, for that special sharing. Amazing.
It was.
Just a brief question. What happened to the man who wrote that book? Did your work and sharing with him change him?
It changed him. He really took meditation to a deeper level. Unfortunately, he uh, had leukemia before, and they thought they had got it under control. But while we were working, he became very ill, and I would say within maybe 6 months after he finished the book and it was published, he did die. So, but he did. So I guess that's a transformation. But he did begin doing a deeper meditation and it had began having a lot of experience.
Don't worry, this meditation won't kill you.
No, it doesn't.
Maybe some
Yeah, I
people.
was going to say, unfortunately, a lot of people would like it to.
Okay. No death. Just waking up. All right. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thank you for tonight's talks. They were wonderful. I missed you very much. I have a question which is really bothering me for a while now. As I meditate more than 15 years now, I really started to let the loving in me and around me. I realized that people responding to it, getting closer, even physically too. And this is what bothers me. Sometimes they come closer than I want them to be. This thing can have a relation in my childhood as well, where I can recall some events when people, boys, and then some men took advantage on me, touching me the way I had not wanted them to do. I was very surprised and frozen by the experience, could not act or react properly. Right now in my life, this stuff happens rarely, but still more times than I prefer. Please let me know what this is. Is this some kind of karma I had and still have in my life? If yes, how can I learn? How can I learn it? What could I change inside and outside so then others, especially men, do not think they can touch me when they want without asking permission? Even strangers do that here and there. An asana touching my upper part of my leg, but still I hate it. How can I stop this happening to me? It isn't a way for me to really be me on every level. I thought to have some tattoos on me showing them I am not that kind, nice, loving woman they think I am, how they see me. I don't know. Please support me to handle this better in me and around me. Thank you very much. In loving.
You had a tattoo that says, "Don't touch, I bite," or something like that. My bite is worse than my bark. Oh, man. So, very understandable, obviously. And there's a couple things I want to share around us. First of all, is that everything that happens in life, there's always a learning, a lesson. That's the karma, right? Okay, you've been around 15 years, if I heard you correctly, doing this. So you've heard enough in there. I don't have to go into real depth, but I do want to touch on how this works. Just like I shared earlier, about like the karmic science, it's a magnet. Okay, when we begin to, and often because it's obviously usually a carryover from another life or in our early childhood, we have these experiences that begin to form our consciousness, or in other words, the karmas start to come in. As Jim has shared in the past, if you've been around, usually between the ages of 6 and 8 is when the mind starts becoming active and when the karmas really start coming in for this life. So a lot of the things as children go on more unconsciously, but they're forming on more that physical, emotional level, and then the mind will kick in to solidify things later. Because through the mind, we learn the rights, the wrongs, original sin, original innocent, all these things. So karma works by this magnetic polarity, and it'll draw to us what we need because it's going to help us to learn whatever it is we need to learn. And it's always about the learning, okay? So a lot of what we want to do for those of us that are really walking this path of sound and light of soul liberation is to really do what we can to focus on the learning, the loving, the lifting up, and realizing, even if you don't realize yet, you will at some point. I remember the day I woke up to what I'm going to share right now, that I used to look at all these things like this, what you're describing as a negative experience, because it's abusive, hurtful, just the things where we would react and the negative associations that we call in the world of positive, negative, that those negative charges actually carry this energy that is actually, believe it or not, supporting and assisting us to learn what is tied up in there. That learning in there where we often, when you feel like you're being abused, if I could just use that, if that's okay in a general sense, or where you feel in being abused, it's like your power's being taken away as well, because that's often how we'll associate some of these things. So after a while of conditioning, it just starts to happen. Okay, so there's an open channel. As a child, we're innocent, we're unconscious to what's going, it's being conditioned, and so now we're being set up now for the lessons for our life. So then now these things are unfolding like you're describing for your life. Okay, so that's part of it. That's the setup. Okay. And see, I'm trying to explain a lot today, hopefully in that people can understand and realize the practical part of this journey to maybe get a better grasp. That's why I'm taking the time doing that a lot today and like right now. That as we do that, that as we get older, then we learned the belief systems, like that's wrong, that, and we begin to judge it. And then we'll start to judge ourselves, like, what's wrong with me? Why are they doing this to me? Am I a bad person? Am I this? Am I that? So first it starts out here, and then what we do with it ourselves. So it's now compounded. But all of that we do in ourselves, in question, fear, it's actually building this magnetic charge that actually draws more of it to us. So the anger, the hurt, the upset, the judgment of others, the judgment of self, we're actually feeding the energy. And that energy, the more we feed it, the more it's more powerful, and it draws these things to us. So we keep having the experiences. So all the jokes aside with tattoos and everything else, that's obviously not the focus we want to do here. That's still all outer. And guaranteed, anytime we're just dealing with the outer and trying to control it, whether it's keeping things away or drawing things to us, it's always going to backfire. Boundaries don't work. You set a boundary, somebody's going to step over it. You can set boundaries. You can tell people, don't touch me, don't do that. You can do it nicely, you can do it yelling, doesn't matter how you do it. In the doing of that, if it's coming from a place of reaction because of all the charge with that negative and hurt and anger and upset, guaranteed people are going to keep stepping over it, because that energy is going to draw that to them to test you. Okay, it's not about right and wrong. Here's the other part of these conditions. When we're on a spiritual path, that's the time to start letting go of the judgments and fears of things being right and wrong, and begin to open up to perceive, or I like to at least say, at least approach all of these life experiences, not only with an open mind and an open heart, like we often say, but also in that place of looking to God and realizing that there's really a lesson here that is for your benefit. On the negative side, this is what I call negative motivators. For me, when I would have the negative experiences, they would motivate me to take action to get out of that situation, circumstances, and whatever created these things I was experiencing. So it was positive in that the negativity motivated me to take action, do something. That was one component. Another component is then as I took the actions, well, that motivation then to take the actions, now what did I have to do? Loving, accepting, forgiving, meditation, because I was trying to get the hell out of here, get away from all these experiences. So I was going to meditate to get out of here, do the LAF to let go of whatever I could to get free of the situation. Let that sink in for a moment. These negative experiences in this world, no matter what they are, when it gets bad enough, we'll do something about it. And eventually that doing something about it, it may start off as negative. We may attack back. We may do whatever to protect ourselves. That's okay, because that's part of the journey. But when we're really ready for the spiritual part of getting liberated and freeing ourselves from it, then eventually we will find this pathway to do this, to do the work. Because in doing this type of work with meditation and LAF, you're neutralizing, you're forgiving, you're letting go of these charges of energies. And this is the key. The key is not to try to change the outer circumstances. The key is to change the inner dynamic, that charge of energy within you. Because when you can change that, the outer circumstances automatically will change just by the natural laws of the universe, literally, naturally. So you've got to change it from within. So the real work is to look at forgiving other people, forgiving yourself, and to do a deeper dive in what you know we call self-study. Most of you have been around, we talk about a threefold path: meditation, self-study, and service. So that self-study is taking responsibility for our thoughts and feelings, actions and reactions, and working that with the LAF, loving, accepting, forgiving. That's that deep dive inner work. These negative situations, circumstances in the world support us to, in a sense, pull back from the world and to go back into ourselves, to retreat, to take a spiritual retreat. So we're going to retreat away from the world, go into ourselves. Instead of always reacting with the world, trying to protect ourselves, we're going to retreat from the world and go into ourselves. Because it's in here that the answer is. So we've got to empower the loving in us. And obviously, this is what we're always talking about. That is, you do that, but part of empowering now is looking at and asking, say, okay, what is the lesson here? What am I to learn all this? And I'll start to go ahead and bottom line it for you. The ultimate lesson in all this, and it's not even really a lesson, is to be able to love yourself no matter what the situations, circumstances, conditions, and environments in your life, no matter what's being done to you or you're doing to others. Ultimately, you have to come into the place of being able to love yourself. So if you've got judgments because of people doing that, like I said earlier, if you're judging yourself as something's wrong, why you're attracting this, whatever it is, that's the part that needs the loving to break through. You got to love yourself more than these other things, because it's only loving that will discharge that magnetic draw, that energy. Okay? But in that journey to go into the loving, you're going to go through that disturbance, those reactions you're having around these situations. And that's where most of us will avoid it because it's disturbing. So we need to be able to not just keep avoiding, but to really take the time to go inside. That's why we have the LAF workbook. That's why we do like Kelsey's LAF class. That's why we do Q&A here. That's why we do in our retreats when we have you do journaling and all these things. Because if we can get you to go inside and begin to look, just like in the LAF workbook, we call it loving the dark stuff. Or as I've said, what are you trying to protect, defend, or control? Just those things will begin to get you to go into that. Because in there's a blessing, but we have to go into that. And it's only through loving that we actually can. So yeah, do the guided meditations, like giving it up to God, bringing God into it, all the light and all the nice stuff, but also do that deeper work where we've got to look at the stuff that doesn't seem so nice. As you do that, automatically, then you will begin to become aware of even physical things you can do to support yourself in and with the environment around you. Like if there's certain individuals that were coming and doing this with you, as you do this inner work, then outwardly, so this is the practical part, how I've seen these things play out, is that when you see or aware of those people or energetic dynamics moving towards you, you'll be aware of it to some level, and you'll just find yourself naturally moving away from it. In the beginning, it might have to be a real process where it's in your face, and then you go, oh, let me just move away. That's it. That's how simple. If you're confined to some space where you can't move away, that's where the experiment is. Then you might, as you see that energy come towards you, you can experiment with ways, and this is where as you do the inner work, you'll start getting awarenesses of what you can actually do practically. Like you might engage them in a dialogue, in a different type of dialogue, to divert the energy. You know, my joke is with Jim, you've heard me over the years, to say one of the best things Jim taught me how to do is talk about the weather. So in other words, like that energy's happening, you could engage in a conversation like talking about the weather, something to redirect the energy in a different way. Okay, those are some of the practical, simple things. Now, if that energy is just coming at you no matter what, sometimes you just yell. Sometimes you literally need to lay the boundary solid. Don't touch me, step back. But if you can step back and away from it on your own, that's always the best choice. But if you're in a confined space, like on a bus or somewhere traveling where that's not possible at the moment, that's where sometimes you've got to engage. And sometimes if you've got to have the hard conversation, you do. But it's always worth the attempt to try and experiment with other things to do that. But the real change I hope you heard is that as you do the inner work and heal those areas where you feel like you've been abused or whatever, and also looking at how you've done now taken that and judged yourself with it. That's the inner work to forgive and to love yourself. That's where the real transformation is. And as you do that, it will automatically change the outer situations, because that karmic energy of the magnetic, when it's discharged, it won't be drawing it towards you anymore. So that's what's going to make the real change with these types of situations. And in doing that, here's a cool thing. When we react, we don't realize, no matter how big or small the reaction, we're actually giving our power away to the judgments and fears, and that feeds them and empowers it. That's why we'll keep having more and more of the same experience. If we can rather, when we react and realize we're giving our power away to anything when we're reacting, go, oh, wait a minute. I don't want to give my power away anymore to these things I'm reacting to. So let me instead bring that back to myself and empower myself. And then reaction becomes supportive, because that's our indicator. Oh, I'm starting to get my power away. So it's not about not reacting. It's about looking at the reaction and realizing, using that as a feedback mechanism for you to say, oh, I've given my power away. Let me bring it back. And you can literally just say that. Oh, let me take my power back. Sometimes that's all you have to do. But other times you go, oh, okay, there I am reacting to that. You know what? Forgive them. I forgive myself for reacting. And you know what? I love myself, regardless of what other people say or do. I accept myself just the way I am. All that of the past, I let go. Okay, those are the simple little things. I'm giving ideas, but the main thing is having that inner understanding of how these laws work, so to speak, karmically, and how you can now spiritually intervene with the karmic laws to set yourself free. Did you hear that? Karmic law, spiritual intervention. So you call on spirit, you direct yourself towards spirit, to self-love, self-forgiveness. Then there's no room for these things. Notice I didn't say spiritual protection. Notice I didn't say send a light or pray to God about stuff. All I'm doing is sharing practical ways for self-empowerment and self-love. That's literally what I'm sharing here. And always invite God into all of it. There's nothing metaphysical, mystical about this. It's very practical, and loving is the most powerful thing in all of creation. It's just learning how it works and working with it. So I'm going to go ahead and stop because I could actually keep going with this, believe it or not. I've already talked quite a bit. We've got other questions, unless Jim wanted to add anything else.
I'd say, also take action. And if somebody's doing that, you can always say no. I knew a woman who had similar situations like you're talking about, and she would just say, no, 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 and embarrass them if they were in public.
Oh.
And they would just pull back, and sometimes they'd just get up and leave, like in a bus. So I would say, find the outer way too, to let them know that you do have boundaries and you're asking to be respected. And I knew a lady when I was very young. My mom told me that this woman had problems with men, and she never went into the detail of it. And this woman wore a hat all the time, and it was so strange because it was still kind of, when I was a child, a thing that was going on, but it was wearing down, going away. But she had this hat on, and one time my mom said she was riding with her and on a bus, and this man apparently approached her, and she pulled out her hat pin and just aimed it at him. Didn't stick him, but aimed it at him, and he got up and moved to another place. So
Was she like placing a curse like her little?
I don't know. She just was saying that's not what you are here for. You're not supposed to do that. So find a way to just protect yourself and see if there's an outer action that's simple. You just maybe say no, and if they don't say move, then say no means no, and see what happens. I've known a couple of women who've done things like this, and it's helped. But the other key is this: a lot of times when you really move into self-love and you really do begin to feel that loving more and more for yourself within, people will be drawn to you because they want that, but they don't understand it. They misinterpret it, and they think that you can give them the love that they're looking for. And so they'll misinterpret the energy that you're carrying with you and try to have sex or have an approach with you in some way to get at you for the love, not for the harm, but for the love. So I've had that happen in my own life with different situations, and I understand it. They're just looking for the loving, and I will talk to them about it, but they just kind of walk away. They don't, and that's both men and women. I've had that happen with. So it's quite interesting, and it's nice to get that awareness inside yourself of, well, they at least feel the loving, if nothing else. But I don't know. I'm rambling.
No. You actually answered the other part I didn't talk about, and that's more the nicer part that you did mention in the question about you don't want to shut down from being loving with people.
Right.
And that to me is where Jim was just leading to. It's learning how to be loving, but at the same time be clear with your communications. Literally letting people know this isn't about anything sexual or physical. It's more of a spiritual, mental, emotional, or whatever process. And it's just clearly communicating that. And literally asking people if they don't, respect that, if they do start to cross those boundaries, of letting them know and remind them. We've all had to do that in some ways of just saying, hey, that's not what this is about. This is about a spiritual loving. This isn't about connecting physically. And it's just getting past the fears and actually doing that. You've got to experiment. You've got to be willing to say something no matter how uncomfortable it is. And I found most people don't do that because they're too scared. So then all of a sudden these other things happen. I've had to have some really hard situations and be very clear in my communications, and it turned out wonderful. And some of it it turned out wonderful to me, even though the other person didn't like it and they were upset about it. It's okay. It turned out good for me because it empowered me to really communicate and support myself. That's what this is really about. So here's the positive lesson and the negative experience. This is all supporting you to help you learn how to take care of yourself and empower yourself with loving. That's what this is really about, okay? Told you it's going to bottom line the lesson here, and this is really bottom lining what the actual lesson is going on. It's not about all the outer circumstances. This is supporting you in self-love and self-care. Okay? So we're gonna leave it at that for now. Of course, you can always write back and talk, whether it's here now, another class or something, but this is a good conversation. Thank you for introducing that. This is the really good practical stuff.
Oh, very much. Oh, gosh, yes.
Okay, Kels.
Okay, dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thank you for your steady, faithful, and loving service. I have loved both of your talks today. The question I have is about a very powerful spiritual or metaphysical experience I had. The height of this experience, God was in me and I was in God. In fact, I was God, not in a delusional, exclusive sense, but in an inclusive and all-encompassing way. I was in everything and everything was in me. And the words came to me, I am divine, eternal soul. There was a feeling of great peace and warmth and calm and spaciousness. I was above the material world, including all my trials and tribulations, which, although still real, had become insignificant. Since then, I've been filled with a completely new feeling of love and gratitude towards this energy or being that seems to have gifted me with this experience. A kind of grace, perhaps, which seems to have happened not as a result of anything I have done, but has happened despite of me. I have never had an experience of this kind of love or loving before. The thing I am curious about is the way in which this experience didn't come during my ILM meditation. In fact, I haven't meditated for months and had virtually given up on ILM meditation. My experience of the meditation had been a very dry and frustrating experience in which sitting still for so long and chanting even became a trigger for my migraines, which really pissed me off. Also, the God who I was trying to love and receive love from was outside of me and a separate entity, and my loving felt dry and barren, as if coming from an empty well. I never had any light or sound experiences either, and still haven't. As a result, although I hadn't completely lost my underlying belief, I had pretty much put my spiritual efforts down to magical thinking and carried on instead doing my inner work processing early trauma through therapy. My material life had become pretty good, simple, lots of solitude, service, and the intensive therapy work. In fact, I think I had hit the limit of how much satisfaction I could provide. And even with all this, it was pretty disappointing because I was left with so much inner turmoil and angst. As I did the work, my anxiety was reducing, but it was lifting the lid on underlying unfelt grief and depression. On the night of this experience, I was pretty miserable and was tired of using my usual tools to dig myself out of the hole I was in. So I decided to do something different and let myself simply be in the grief and confusion and depression rather than fight against it. As a result, I just sank deeper and deeper. It got worse and worse, and somewhere in the midst of it, in my desperation, I threw up a scrap of a prayer towards God or whatever high beings might have been out there. Then, not being able to sleep in my tortured state, and often using audio recordings or podcasts to go to sleep, I put on one of Jim's talks, and somewhere around then, the sequence of events is a bit hazy. I kind of transcended and realized that there was nowhere I needed to go, as I was already there. Then, when I had the experience of being in God and God being in me, of being God and being beautifully integrated with and not separate from all things. So I'm wondering if you could shed some light on this. Are there other pathways to spiritual awakening, such as through some archetypal crucifixion, resurrection principle? Or had everything I had done up until that point, including my previous ILM meditation, readings, and other spiritual paths throughout my life, service, etc., lead to this moment? Right now, I am not sure what I should do next, apart from trying to cling onto or repeat this experience and just being grateful for it, connecting with the feeling of God in me and me, God, and being open to receive.
Do you want to start or you want me
Yeah,
to?
I'll start.
Almost done.
No, I want
To
to.
finish?
No, go
Yeah, go
ahead.
ahead.
This is really good. We got plenty to say.
Yeah, I'm almost done. I have been doing a bit of meditation and chanting the names of God, but I don't want to go back to the way I was doing it before. The feeling has faded a bit, but I can still access that state to some extent, especially if I spend plenty of time in solitude. When I do connect with it, I feel automatically happy, and all my quote unquote problems that haven't gone away become tiny. I'm wondering if you could reflect on your understanding of this experience and offer any thoughts on what to do next with gratitude and love.
The key is that you've been meditating and that opened up a lot of things inside of you, maybe that you weren't even aware of, but things have been opened. And in that action, you made yourself vulnerable to the flow of the spirit within, not so much outside. And it's often when we finally give up that it happens. When we sit there and we struggle with it and we hope for it and we try, it doesn't really seem to pop. But the moment you just kind of give up and say, I don't know what to do, I don't know where to go, I don't know if there's anything I can do. And then it happens because you've relaxed, you've let go, you stop pushing, stop trying. And that's really the key. So many times when we meditate and we're chanting the sacred name, we're pushing, trying to get higher, trying to get into an experience. And it's that pushing that holds things back. The key to meditation is to meditate focusing on God, focusing on loving, and holding your intention in that direction. But then you relax, you sit back and you go into silence. That's what we've been told to do, to go into that silence, into that peace, into that center. Not with thought, not with feeling, not with action, not with reaction, but just stillness. And let come to you what's going to come to you. And that takes time. So if you decide to go meditate again, do the meditation, do the sacred name, but don't do it over and over and over for a long period of time. Do it for a period of time and then relax and see what might come in. And then do it for a period of time and see what comes in. And stop for a period of time and see what comes in. And you might find it to be different than what you described. But what you're going through is an amazing awakening. You're waking up now to the greater truth behind all things, and that is the loving. And if you just sit quietly and just be with the loving as best you can, even if you don't have it in that moment, reminisce on it, if you will. What was it like when it happened? What did I feel? What was I thinking? And see if you can draw that energy back to you so that you can really begin to enter into it again. But it's very good what you described, and I'm so glad you're open about everything, the therapy, the meditations and everything, it all leads to something. Um, Praying the rosary, doing certain spiritual actions, whatever, all that creates a foundation and can lead to a lot of different experiences. But sometimes you have to take those actions first and create the space by which something can happen. Do you want to?
Yeah, so what, to answer the other spiritual part, that was spiritual, not metaphysical, just to put that out there because I heard you say that. That was literally an experience in your own soul. That divine spark of who we are as of God is one with everything, but that is experienced in the truth of our beingness, that is the soul. So you literally described the soul experience, and over all the years and all the work you've been doing, you just had to finally get to the place to truly let go, like Jim was sharing. And in the letting go now, because of all this work you've done, because of all the meditation you've done, you're now beginning to see the results and the benefit of it. So that was a wonderful soul awakening, literally soul experience in your soul. And this is like it's like a major transition when this happens. There's a completion of a lot of old things, and now it's the beginning of a new journey, all at the same time. Okay? There's nothing different you need to do other than your approach, like Jim was already sharing. I learned very early on for me, I learned it was like exercise. I had to make an effort and exercise, and then I had to relax, right? You exercise to build your health, make the effort and then relax. So now in the relaxing, now that you get the benefits, things can heal and repair. Well, it's kind of a similar process of meditation. It's literally called a spiritual exercise at times, where you put in the effort, you chant the name, love God, love God, love God, chant the name, chant the name. It's the same thing. And then you just relax. We in here talk about sharing a love with God and receive God's love for us. You've got to talk, you've got to listen. You've got to be active, you've got to be receptive. Give and receive. So you got to do the receptive part. In order to do that, you've got to let go of all effort, all trying to do anything, all trying to do the therapy, trying to heal. You've got to let it all go so you can receive. And what happened is exactly that. You finally let it all go, and now you got the receiving part. So now you know how this works. Now see if you can do that in your meditation. So if you sit down and meditate for 2 hours, chant for an hour, listen for an hour, or break it up. Like Jim was saying, chant 5 minutes, listen 5 minutes, chant 5 minutes, chant 15 minutes. It doesn't matter. You've got to find your own rhythm and pace, but you've got to do both sides, the giving and the receiving. Be active and passive. Okay? This is how it works on a daily basis and on a bigger scheme like what you just described in that. All the other stuff, don't even worry about it. Don't even question it. Just do what's right present now and take the next step. And believe me, just doing the meditation, the LF work, it's all we have to do day to day, and it unfolds. You actually described it. It's how it works. All the therapy, all the other work you've been doing, it's all part of it. We'll be drawn to those things that are there to support us. And that which is not, we just won't even have an interest. So learn to trust that part of you. Just like brought you to ILM and doing this. Learn to trust that. Doing the therapy you've been doing, you learn to trust that. Through whatever you do, you learn you can trust yourself. And here's another big one in learning to trust yourself. This is fun. This is an old one I haven't said in a while. Even all the things you've done that turned out to be a major mistake, where you may have judged yourself and say, wow, I can't trust myself because when I do this, look at all the mistakes and problems that happen. You learned you can trust yourself when you do those certain things. This is the result of doing those certain things. So even redefine that. I used to say it as, you can trust other people to do whatever they're going to do. Because a lot of people say, well, I can't trust them. Sure you can. You can trust other people to do exactly what they're going to do, including the things that you don't like and what you in the past have called why you can't trust them. Give yourself the same acceptance, the benefit. You can trust yourself to do everything you've done. In other words, I'm saying start to accept, start to love, because that's what's going to empower you. This journey is filled with potholes, mistakes, but they're not real mistakes. It's all part of the journey. We just have to let go of the fears and judgments around those, what we call mistakes. The mistake is judging it. The mistake is being afraid of it, if you want to use the word mistake. We've got to go into the fears and into the judgments. You just said it. You had to allow yourself to go fully into whatever that was in that darkness, if I could call it that. That's it. That's what I was sharing earlier, the way this stuff works. You've got to allow yourself to go into these things and love yourself in them. This isn't about avoiding or getting rid of things. You have to actually go into those reactions, into those fears, because they're in you. You can't get them out of you. You've got to go into them, and going into them is how you bring the loving in, and the loving transforms it. We don't transform these things out of our ego. All we do with our ego is open the door through our thoughts and feelings. We direct it. We have intention. We place that. So if our intention is, I'm going to love this part of me, I'm going to heal this, I'm going to get free of whatever this disturbance is. So we just made an intention. So now we follow that intention with the inner work, as we say here, doing the LAF. Okay? So we go into it. So our intention has opened the door and allowed the space for us to go into it. And guess what? When we go into it, that's an action of loving. That is an action of self-love. And if you have any trepidations, invite God in with you. Invite the Holy Spirit in. But the truth is, you are love itself. So just the fact you're willing to go into it is bringing the love in there. But when we don't understand that, we're going to call on God, the Holy Spirit, the spiritual teacher, whatever we think we need to do. Bring in all the archangels, right? And all the ascended masters. That's fine. Go ahead and do what you need. But the truth is, you only need your own soul, because your soul is that essence of God itself. All the other is there to support you. That's what we're here. That's what the angels are for. That's what the Holy Spirit's for, is to support you into going into your own love, which is your soul, which you have now done. So now part of you knows how to do this. We're just helping you to realize all the pieces. You can make sense of it to support yourself, and now keep repeating this action of self-love and continuing your soul awakening. And I think I'll leave it at that for right now.
That's good. That was exciting. That's a very good experience, and it's the beginning of a new part of the journey.
For sure. You're right on course, even when you didn't think you were. That's the good news.
Okay. Question about dreams. So happy to see you all, and grateful to the ILM staff for continuing your service in 2024. I've had a couple dreams or experiences I'd like to share and get your reflection on. In the first, I was at a rock formation that was up high. I could see for a long way, and there were rock pillars and rock tables. There was a gathering, and Jim was about to be sharing. I was helping to organize for the event and helping the people coming in, though I can't remember any specific physical actions. Do you want me to stop there or go on to the next one?
Oh, that's
it?
There's another one.
Oh, go ahead. You want to say anything?
The second,
well. That's just experiencing on the inner levels. Oftentimes we're at night and during the day as well, giving lectures, giving talks, giving counselings on the inner levels with people, and that is like a classroom setting that we often find ourselves in, where we're just there with people, not only ILMers or initiates, but with a lot of people. And we just share with them to assist however we can.
In the second dream, or the second dream was brief, I was with Brian and he was tired and about to collapse. I put his arm around my shoulder and helped him move to a place where he could rest. Appreciate your insights into these two, as I have been wondering if they represent something within my physical life or if they are experiences in the higher realms. With much, much loving.
Yeah, I'm getting old and tired, so I could use it. Go ahead. Why don't you answer that one?
Well, again, it's assisting. It's being of service, and that's a big factor in spiritual awakening, is being of service to others. So you're being service to the teacher who's actually been servicing with you all this time. And so it's when you do that, there's a bridge that's formed energetically of loving that even increases that intensity and those actions. So it's just showing you that you're learning more about service and caring about others and helping and assisting others. And assisting the teacher that way would be a way to really magnify that.
And part of sometimes these can also be symbolic and represent different parts of ourselves, because some of us, just like the previous question we had, when somebody's done so much work for so long, they get tired, and if anything, are ready to just give up, because after doing it for so long, we just feel that way. We get tired, and then we feel like we're ready to give up and we need some help. So to me, that could also be symbolic, both not only of being of service, which we all need at times for sure, but also as well to pay attention that if we've been doing something where we're tired, well, then we need to take a look at, instead of giving up, how can we be of service, whether it's not only to others, but service to ourselves. In truth, there's no such thing as spiritual tiredness ever, but it can be symbolic of other things on the other levels with the mind, the emotions, imagination, and body, what causes the tiredness. So sometimes when we talk about the inner work, and like the previous, sharing, there's a reference, a good one for that we can do a lot of inner work, and so much we can literally, even physically, emotionally, mentally, get really tired. And at some point, we just need to give up and rest, replenish, rejuvenate. And so to me, that can also be a service to that part of us that are taking the spiritual action. So the spiritual teacher can not only be, literal on the inner levels, but also symbolic of that spiritual part of ourselves with all we've been doing, and how we can support that part of us when we feel tired and we need assistance. So it can be symbolic that way. So I'd say take a look at all of that, what Jim said, what I said, and look in yourself and see what really fits, and see if in the information we just shared, how that looks or works for you, or if there's even something that comes present in you that we haven't even mentioned, to pay attention to that and see how, ultimately, to me, that's an action of service, meaning support. And obviously the greatest support is just being loving. And it can show up in all kinds of ways. So, and that's a good one. That's where my joke of like, yeah, I'm getting older and tired with a lot of stuff. So yeah, that's definitely a good one. I know we all go through that at times. So.
Okay, you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I guess the last thing I'll say is it's a journey. Like any journey, there's times where we're really active and we make a lot of progress, and there's other times we need to rest, replenish. Just like the previous thing we were sharing about. It's good to, make our effort, but then don't forget to relax and allow yourself to rejuvenate and get the benefit of all the good work you've done. It's just an important thing to do. So I'm just finishing up saying it that way. All right, Kels.
Okay. Dear Kelsey, Jim, and Brian, thank you for this wonderful class and your talks. Last night I had dinner with my ex-husband. It was okay, but not fun. And then in my inner experience this morning, I had a dream about being with my ex-husband. He took me to a place where he and I could live together. It was a concrete room with concrete walls, floor, and ceiling. Next to one wall was a standing white laundry sink. On another wall was another sink. I was trying to figure out where we could put two separate twin beds on separate different walls. It was dirty and small. A girl walked into the room to get something. I woke up very confused. I would love to hear what this represents and also the sinks. Thank you. Much loving, your initiate.
And this is my interpretation, but if it helps or sparks anything in you, to me, when I hear concrete in the space you're describing, to me, it sounds like whatever your relationship with him inside of yourself, not out here, the actual physical relationship, but inside of yourself, to me, that would symbolize that you feel very confined in whatever the relationship has been with him, that you feel very confined, and that energy is very strong, because if it's concrete, walls, ceiling, floor, whatever, that's a very strong energy, solid. So to me, it's just like, okay, whatever it is, you've really, that conditioning has built up over time where you feel very confined and it's solid. So to me, the sinks in there then are talking about, well, what do we do with sinks? You know, we rinse things off, we wash things, we, whatever we do with the water there. So to me, the water is about really cleansing. And if you think about it over time, if water is constantly even running over concrete, water will even wear away concrete. Look what it does, especially in Texas. We see all these huge deep ravines of where streams have just weathered down rock through the ages. So water is going to cleanse things away and literally wear down even concrete. So to me, the sink represents that. And also a sink is because it's not just free flowing. It means we control it. We can turn on and turn off the faucets, right? Well, that's what we can do in meditation. It's often referred to that action of the Spirit or the Holy Spirit is also the living waters. So if we can turn on the water and turn it off, that means in meditation, we can open up to the living waters and also close it off. It's just a matter of if we choose to open up to it like in meditation, or if we choose to close it and focus down and out. So to me, the sinks are letting you know you're the one who has the control to do that. The other part with the two separate twin beds, it's making it clear that you are separate, that you're not together in the same bed, but you're separate now, just like you said, your ex-husband. So you're separate. But this is also saying to me that even in the relationship that you have, however it's based, that inside of you, you still feel very confined by it. And I would say just what you said, that you didn't necessarily care for or like the experience the night before when you had dinner with them. And to me, that dream is showing you the part of you that doesn't like it, because whatever that is, where you still feel confined by it. So those are my interpretations of how I would look at the symbology here in this dream. You want to add anything?
No, I just think it's very obvious that you don't need to go back into confinement. That's like a prison, and you don't need to go into that again. You've been there, you've done that. Hopefully you've learned the lesson so you don't have to do it again. If you haven't learned the lessons, well, maybe you might do it again, just to learn the lessons. But next time, if you go into a situation like that, keep your eyes open, keep your ears open, and really pay attention and speak your truth, and the truth will set you free, so to speak.
And literally the twin beds separate, but also two sinks. It's showing you those are separate too. So you guys have definitely separated, but yet inside of you, you still are still confined in whatever you're still holding on inside of you in your relationship with him. And that's all internal. So that's up to you to transform that. So turn on the faucets full blast and let them run until it just washes away everything. So obviously always comes back to meditation. Even though we joke about it, it's not a joke. You just got to let the living waters run long enough to literally clear away everything. Okay, Kels.
Dear Jim and Brian, thank you for the wonderful talks. I'm so glad you are back again, as it is such an inspiration to listen to. I listened to a talk from Jim the other day about loving yourself, and you talked about how you have loved every part of yourself. I've spent many years now doing that, and do think that I love myself these days. And God's love has grown in me and become my constant companion. It has become one of my love. It has become one with my love for myself. I feel loved, and I am more and more loving in my life. Sometimes I feel that that is all I am. A love that feels almost like a liquid, and I stop feeling solid. The thing I still find I sometimes struggle with is receiving, as it sometimes is quite overwhelming. I am receiving so much loving from everyone and everywhere around me, and I'm fearful of bringing my ego into it. What if I feel fully worthy of all this love given to me that just keeps expanding and my ego starts to inflate and think that I am special? I'm so afraid of this, that receiving all this loving can be almost painful. Painful because I know that it is a loving gift that I don't want to reject, and it's given with love. But because a part of me resists out of fear, it becomes painful. The only thing that helps me is to immediately give it up to God. I hope any of this makes sense, as it's hard to explain. Sometimes it's easy, but other times it troubles me. I'm so grateful for my life, for all this loving, and I wish to be able to receive it all with humility and gratitude. Most of all, I am so grateful for you both, and for Kelsey being there for us all, showing the way of the path. Much loving.
That was great. That's a wonderful explanation of waking up into the greater loving and living into the greater loving. And the key to it all is just keep giving it back up to God. I give loving up to God every day, every moment of every day sometimes, as it comes in. And I just say, God, this is yours. I'm giving this to you. Here's my gift, whatever I say at the moment. But it's making room for more love to come in. And if the ego gets involved, then it tries to hold on to it, and it'll confine it, if you will, saying, "Oh my gosh, I've got all this love now. Look at all the love of people," and it won't go anywhere. It won't do anything. It gets stagnant after a while, and it even can hurt because it isn't moving. Loving that's moving is ever wonderful, joyful, pleasant, and creative and abundant. So just keep that moving. There's what you describe as excellent. It's wonderful. You're doing it the way that the spiritual being can do it, and that's the action that we're looking for here. It's it's not the miracle makers in the world. It's one who's living in the world, but not of the world, they say. Excuse me. So look and realize that you're living in that flow, the eternal flow of loving, and just continue to do so. And to keep it moving, keep giving all the loving up to God. And if you give love to God and nothing out here is giving loving, believe me, God's going to give you love anyway. You don't have to receive it from the world. Just open and receive it from God, and it'll come in, and you can give it back up to God and live in that eternal flow?
As far as the fear of the ego, that is actually the ego creating the fear. So you're already doing it and you're doing okay. So hopefully you'll realize there's nothing to fear around the ego. And I hope you got what I just said. The ego is what creates or does the fear. So if you're having fear, the ego's already running. So, and in saying what I'm saying, hopefully you'll look at this and acknowledge, oh, okay, my ego is creating fear. Fear is the only thing that can, in a sense, give us the sense of separation from the loving. So all you got to do is let go of the fear. So as you give everything up to God, so you do the loving, the other part is whenever you feel the fear come up, you give that up too, or you just love it.
Yeah.
And you can love the part of you doing the fear, because that's the ego doing the fear. Loving doesn't fear anything. So if you're fearing, that's the ego. So just love that part of you that is doing the fear. Because loving will transform the fear. So that all that remains is loving itself. That's how you take care of these things that you're concerned about. That's how we all take care of any concerns we have or any fears or any worries, is just to love those parts, because it's the ego that is actually producing all of that worry, fear, or concern. And all we have to do is address it. You don't fight it. You don't judge it. You just realize, oh, that's the ego part of me that's doing this. So let me just love that part, because that's the part that needs the loving. That's the part through the fear, worry, concern that holds the soul in bondage or keeps it attached. So all we got to do to be able to detach or let go is just do the loving and direct the loving into all those areas. And the whole thing of giving up to God is just another way of saying the same thing I'm saying right now. It's just different ways of saying the same thing. And we just have to experiment with all that inside of ourselves and find which way works. For real.
So keep going. You're doing great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thank you for your wonderful service and support. I've been doing the Hue meditation and LEF for the last year and a half. And I had a dream last night that I would like your feedback on. I was an actress on, this isn't the dream, but context. I was an actress on stage for many years, but since coming to America, my career has stopped dead. Though each time I say I'm going to give up, a new opportunity opens up to keep me headed down the same path. Last night I had a dream that I had auditioned for a play and was sitting with friends waiting to hear about whether I had booked the role. I was relatively calm and optimistic when an old female friend came into the room and said, "You're ridiculous. Why on earth would you even consider you had a chance? Of course you won't book this job." I felt like someone had pulled the blind sight that had been covering my eyes back, and I could see clearly that I did most likely have no chance and was kidding myself. The major feeling was sheepishness. Then I went outside and climbed up on a lookout point with water flowing under me and looked out the window at a calm river and both paths on either side. That's all I remember from the dream. Does this mean my acting career is over and I should just go swimming? Or walk next to the water or some shite? Peace out.
Peace out. Yeah, just go swimming. That's what Kelsey does when she's over in Hawaii.
I would say don't give up. Continue moving forward. If you really want to continue acting, then make yourself available and do the work to make it happen. It just takes time, it takes effort. I've known a lot of actors over the time, and there's always these ups and downs. with it. You never know when that one thing is going to hit and make you a star for the rest of your life. It just happens sometimes. So if you really love it, if you enjoy it, if it serves you and all, then I would not give up. I would just keep on. It doesn't matter what other people say. What matters is what you feel, what you know, and what you want to do. And to me, the water is showing you that there's a spiritual action taking place there right with you. Not off in the distance, but it's right there with you. And just keep feeding the Spirit, drinking of the Spirit, partaking of it as you can through meditation, through dream interpretation, through whatever, to begin to let it flow into your life and into the actions that you're describing, looking for a career in acting again.
The other important thing to look at when you're dealing with dreams, because there's always a communication, a message, so to speak. And on this journey, it's always about self-awakening, self-awareness, self-love. There's a process here, in other words, and there's some good information in here to work with. One is that to realize really most inner experiences and dreams, very little to do with our actual physical circumstances. The physical circumstances just give us wording, languaging, because it speaks to our consciousness. You can relate with this, in other words, dealing with the acting, since that was a dream. So our consciousness and spirit will use the language we can understand. So here you go, your scenario. In truth, this has nothing to do with your acting career. This dream has nothing to do with your acting career. This dream has everything to do with the part of you, the old voice that this friend or person represents, self-judgment and fear. This is a part of you, not the other person, not about the actual acting career. This dream is showing you, the devil and the angel on the shoulder. This is the devil on your shoulder. Through self-fear, through self-judgment, through doubt, that's what it does. It tries to create that, because if it can create fear, we will hold back, one, from our soul going home to God, but hold back just even in our life, no matter what we're doing, whether it's relationships, career, anything. That's what this dream is showing you. That's a voice that is trying to keep you held back, which is really about your soul's freedom. But in the world, the way it plays out, so in this case, you don't let the fear hold you back. So what do? You go do the auditions. Like Jim just said, don't hold back, keep going, keep going. That's how you break through the fear in the world. And sometimes that's all you have to do. And by doing that unconsciously, it'll finally weaken this voice until it has no more hold on you, and then it's gone. But if you want to really empower it, and this is part of how I'm interpreting these two pathways down the river or stream there. Okay, to me, the river is the path, the river of loving. That's the path of sun and light. So if I heard that correctly, you've got a path on both sides. Mm-hmm. To me, one of the ways I could interpret it, because there's a couple different ways I could interpret it, but to keep it simple, one path to me is your journey in the world. The other path is your journey spiritually. And they're both walking along the river. So to me, that says you are walking along this path of loving, both in the world and spiritually. If I understood right, the path is going along the river, so it's all going in the same direction, in other words. So you've got your inner spiritual work to do, like we talk about with meditation and LAF, and then you've got your worldly work to do, such as whatever you need to do with auditions in your acting career, okay? So if you do both of them, that's going to give you the best result in how to walk along the river. Do the inner spiritual work, like what I was just saying that dream represents, of overcoming your fears, not even overcoming them, facing your fear, loving the fear, loving and accepting and forgiving that old voice in you that's trying to hold you back, that's judging you. That's the inner work. That's the LAF. That's how you empower yourself with the meditation to bring loving into that and replace that judgment with loving. Don't struggle. We're not into struggle and fight. This isn't about a battle of the flesh and the spirit. The spirit only loves. The spirit doesn't battle. So we talk about loving it all. This part's struggling, but it's struggling to keep you bound to the world, and it does that through judgment and fear. It's all it's doing. It's all it is. It's inner voice, little devil on the shoulder. That's all that is. It has no power at all other than what we give it. So if we choose to believe that voice, we're empowering it. If we choose not to believe that voice, it has no life and it will die. It's that simple. If you believe that voice and you act accordingly, you've just empowered it and it'll run your life. Okay, the other part of this, so as you do the meditation, the LAF work, and now replace self-judgment with self-love, the fear will die away. Okay, simple as that. The end. You do with that what you want. The other part is, if you want to understand or know a little bit more of the detail of what that voice is teaching you, which can be valuable. So this voice that acted as, and Kelsey, can you repeat it? Was it an old friend? Was it a friend or a person, a lady she knew, or?
An old friend?
Yeah.
Old friend.
So this old friend, two things. One, it can just simply, well, ultimately it just represents a voice inside of you from the past that you've been carrying forward with you to this day. The way to understand more of that voice, besides just representing judgment and doubt that it's voicing to you, the other thing is, whoever that old friend was, how was that actual person in your life? How did their personality, how did they communicate with you? What was their personality like? How were they in your life? What did they represent? What did they do in your life? Did you struggle with them? Did you give your power like they were a voice you listened to and really trusted? How did you see that person in your life? Those are the details that might help you to understand what is behind that voice giving you self-judgment and doubt in yourself. That's the deeper learning that voice is there to teach you, that old friend represents. Go ahead.
And that old friend could be a part of herself.
That's what I just said, but
Okay.
to also look
Okay.
beyond the self.
Okay.
To me, that's the part of her that's saying self-judgment and doubting herself.
Yeah. And I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah, that's the main part. All I'm saying is to take it deeper, if you want that deeper understanding, if that might support you, this is the other way you can look at it that could give you more detail, that could support you. You may not need that information, simply just forgiving the self-judgment, letting go of the self-doubt, may be all you need to do. That's all that matters anyway, for real. But if you're not able to let go of it all, doing that, that tells me there's a little bit more of a learning in there. And if that's the case, then look at what that old friend, who that was in your life, and what in your interactions did it stir in you? In other words, what did they symbolize for you? Because they symbolize something that's running in you. Because that dream is your dream and it was inside of you. So they symbolize. It's not about that person, but somehow in your consciousness, they symbolize and mean something to you. That's what I'm trying to get at. I hope that's clear. Was that clear to you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's clear.
Clear to me too.
Okay, good. And don't worry, if you need more detail, Kelsey's happy to help you out there. She's really good at that.
Okay.
You like that, Kelsey?
Uh-huh.
It's true.
Aw, thanks.
Well, it is.
Okay, a dream last night. Hello, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. It is so nice to be back in class. I missed it.
We
Last
did too. And thank you, by the way. I want to say to everybody, every single one you've read, Kelsey, everybody started out with all this thank you and gratitude. It's been wonderful. I've been taking it in, just so you all know. It's just been really nice, and I appreciate that. So I just wanted to voice this one and all of them because everyone has said that. So thank you. And we're glad to be back too.
last night I dreamed of cliff jumping. That that was
That sounds
also
like fun.
was also skydiving.
I-
Me and someone else climbed to the top of a tiny mountain by the ocean, then used a small parachute-like thing to catch the wind and go up, up, up over the ocean. When we got very high, we jumped. As I fell, I thought I was going to die. I
No kidding.
was falling, discovering I indeed feared death and quickly making peace with my mortality.
That's a good way to do it.
There were many thoughts. I wondered
What is that on TV when they say, don't do this at home?
where,
That's what I'm thinking of. Don't do this at home. Only in your dreams and inner experiences do this, okay? Oh my God. Go ahead, Cal. Sorry, that's just funny.
I wondered why I was doing this in the first place. The
You
fear,
reading this letter, you mean, while you were
oh my gosh,
look at Jim, calm down.
this is one where you're just going to interrupt me the whole way through,
I
aren't you?
think so. Uh-oh, that cracked open, man. I'm gonna just laugh and laugh now.
I'll
It's
turn
hard.
off the microphone.
It's hard because I can't see you because I'm reading, so I can't even like read your facial expressions. Anyway, I'll do my best. I wondered why I was doing this in the first place.
You or the letter you're reading right?
The person.
Oh, okay.
Good Lord.
Just wanted to clarify. I'm getting confused.
Free falling. I'm not free falling right now. This other person is. The fear was,
I'm wondering why I'm doing this too.
I give up. Tanya, where are you? Take over. Oh my gosh. Okay.
I'm turning my fan back on. I'm breaking a sweat laughing so much. Thank you. I needed this. It's a good letter.
Okay. Jim, you can turn off Brian's mic anytime you want.
It won't help.
The fear was fixated on the dying process itself. I was hoping death was instant on impact because I thought
I would too.
it would hurt to break my
Hell yeah, it would.
Brian,
Oh my God.
this is a serious moment.
I know. Can you tell?
No, this person is cracking up laughing with us. I know this. Okay. Because I thought it would hurt to break my feet and suffocate by drowning.
Yeah, that would hurt.
But as I approached the ocean, I pointed my toes just in case. I didn't want to.
Did you hear her take a breath?
Yeah, okay.
I'm so sorry.
If it were me, I would have pointed my heels. That'd probably be safer. It'd probably break your toes. Let's look at the symbology of that.
I didn't want to slam flat feet on the surface tension.
That would hurt.
That would hurt. Whew. I turned out It turned out landing in the water didn't hurt a bit.
How about that?
I went deep into the water, then realized I didn't want to go any deeper than I could help and started swimming towards the surface and then swam to shore. There were lots of people on shore, and maybe they'd already done it, or maybe they were waiting to. I went again. Sorry. I went again.
Glutton for this stuff.
This time, an odd little dog was part of the parachuting up process. The dog held the parachute thing. I think some Japanese tourists were taking pictures. It all worked out fine again. Again, I didn't want to go. Stop. I
This
didn't,
must have been in Hawaii.
yeah. Again, I didn't want to go any deeper than necessary before returning to the surface. Then I went again. This time, instead of going up in the parachute thing, I climbed down and under the tiny mountain's cliffside on the ocean side. A beautiful chunk of lava rock came off in my hand. I warned my climbing buddy, who jumped in, and then I jumped in as well, holding onto the rock. I don't know the shorthand. IDLY. I don't love you. I don't know what that shorthand is. All you texting people, it's IDLY, wondering whether or not to keep it. And thinking of volcano goddess who get upset by people taking rocks. Please share any insights in loving.
Oh. Yeah, those volcano goddesses, you gotta watch out for them.
Well, I think that Spirit's trying to help you to overcome your fear of death, but also to help you realize that we, the soul, did not die. It continues on. And so, in this, though, you didn't have a death experience, I would say, in the greatest sense, but you overcame your fear in many ways about things. And that's what life is all about, is overcoming fear, letting go of fear, and in a sense rising above it. So it's kind of a fun, unique way that you had these experiences. And then the lava is old dark ideas, old beliefs, old ways. And it's there and you're holding on to it, but are you holding on to something old that doesn't really serve you anymore, or that you don't need anymore? And so that would be something I would say take a look at and see if you're holding on to old beliefs, old patterns, old habits that really no longer work or serve you.
And to give you an idea of what that would be, is all you got to do is look at literally what does the lava goddess represent. To me, those are, anytime you're dealing with gods and goddesses, that's dealing with the mind and all of the belief systems. And so if you look at the lava goddess, that tells me right there that you have some kind of a belief system around whatever that is with the lava goddess. In other words, that can give you more detailed information that can support you in coming to greater understanding with whatever that may be, that past belief is that Jim was just saying with that. And a lot of, when I hear people really, especially when it comes to mountains and the ocean, and whether it's skydiving or paragliding or hang gliding, that often it shows you that it's also, you're beginning to rise above the mind. The water often, the ocean of this world is often represented the top of the mind. So to me, when you're doing that, you're beginning to rise above the mind, but beginning to test the water, so to speak, and really a pun's not intended there, but in that testing, as you're coming up above the water, part of getting free or getting, free of your fear, so you can get freer and go higher, is doing exactly what you did. Okay, I mean, I can share, actually, I had several things, just like what you're saying. Because we, in order to go higher, have to get free of the fear that keeps us bound to the physical creation. Fear of death, obviously, is, if not the biggest one of the biggest ones. So we're going to go through the process to face those fears. And by doing that, we'll come to the realization that we cannot die. And I think I heard you say in there that you realized that you can't die and you're eternal. And that's the point of the exercise, okay? And just so you guys know, for those of you who don't know me or have been around a lot, I'll get silly and laugh a lot, but a lot of my laughter is also a sign of freedom. So this experience to me was obviously an experience about the person's freedom. Whenever I experience freedom, I start laughing. It's just an automatic response from me. When I experience the energy field of freedom, I just instantly get hit with joy and I'll start laughing. So you guys just got to witness it. And yeah, I took it a step further, but so did this person doing it 3 times over and over. So that's my excuse.
She was testing the waters.
That's for sure. And 3 times, yes, that's also significant. It's often Trinity actions that take place, because we often have to experience both sides of the duality, but then the third time is like the middle way. So we got to cover that to complete it from different perspectives. For me, to give you an example, one of the ways I experienced, like what you're saying, I was way up a mountain, and we were at like a cliff, and there was a bridge. So instead of jumping like that, we were jumping off the bridge. And when I first did it and fell, I don't know, it was like 2,000 feet. So it was a long ways. And man, as soon as the ground started approaching, well, actually, in this case, it was ground, and we didn't do it over. There's water out there, but mine was right on the shore. And as the ground approached, it's like, getting ready for the impact and the pain of that, right? And ready to die. And sure enough, I went, boom, I hit the ground, just point blank, stopped. Didn't hurt, didn't die. I went, oh my God. Just like what you experienced. It's like, wow, it was okay. Then I went back and did it again, just like you did. This time I went through and I let go of my fear of the impact. And instead of impacting on the ground, I actually went through the ground just like you went through the water. The ground was like water, and I just pierced it and kept going and swam right back up. And it was dirt, it was the ground, but it was like water. Because I had let go of my belief system that made it solid. So my belief system now that was solid, because of my fear, by going through this, was transforming. Now even the solid became permeable. This relates to like the concrete experience I said earlier, the water washing away. These things become permeable and even transparent, translucent as we dissolve them until they're just gone. So I went boom. I like to say I went splat. I didn't splat though. And then I went through. And then the third time I went back to do that, ready for going splat or going through, because I knew either way I'm just fine. Just as I was approaching it, all of a sudden the wind of the Holy Spirit came in. And just before I hit the ground, the wind caught me and then started flying me on up. So it was that third time where I fully let go from different experiences, from splat to going through it, to all of a sudden, boom, I experienced the duality. And now being willing to just let it happen, whatever's going to happen, I fully surrendered. And otherwise, is that the Holy Spirit came in now and started lifting me. Okay? So that's exactly what you're describing here. You're approaching your fears of what really bound you to this creation of duality. And it starts at the top of the mind that ocean represents. So you going in now is the soul realizing, hey, I'm okay when I go into the mind and I can come right back up out of it. And the fact that you knew not to go down too deep, because you now know from your experience, if you go too deep into the mind can start to get you and pull you down. So you went into the mind, but then came out of it. So you demonstrated to yourself, you've got a freedom and enough wisdom to know that's all you needed to do. You don't have to go way down. It's just, okay, you're free. This is how we literally overcome our fears. Feel the fear and do it anyway. You know that slogan out there? That's it. Yeah, you felt the fear and you did it anyway. And this is how you get free of these things. And once you're free, don't need to redo it. If you do, there's some other little part or aspect in yourself, you're just letting go of more fear. Once you get free of that, it releases you for your soul to go higher now. And you'll either find yourself climbing that mountain, or you'll find the spiritual teacher or some way the Holy Spirit will work with you. Like I said, just the wind carried me, and literally will start carrying you going even higher than you've been before. Because now that you're free of the hold of the mind that fear represented, you're free to go higher now. So those are very significant inner experiences and wonderful. I appreciate it when people share those so we all get an idea of how these things can look in our dreams and in our experiences. But hopefully in hearing how Jim and I talk about that, you can understand what's actually happening spiritually. And then that can really support you, and you realize how significant these dreams and inner experiences are, and what it really is for your soul's journey of how these things unfold on the inner levels. And it'll have an outer reflection in some way. Just like the previous experience, if the person gave into their fear, then they wouldn't go continue with auditions and acting. But if they say, no, I'm going to face the fear and do it anyway, they'll continue on. And to me, what this dream represented that you did here was literally what it can look like to break free of those fears so they no longer run us. Two very different dreams, but yet kind of the same storyline of how that can look as it unfolds. Hope that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, very much.
Okay, that made sense. Does it make sense, Kelsey?
Oh, perfect.
And for this person, they know if they want to break free of their fear, all they got to do is go into their fears toes first. Okay, that wasn't that funny.
But I'm bumped.
Feet first, I guess, instead of head first.
Okay, you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
All right, dreams. Often before these meetings, I have several dreams, and this happened again. I would appreciate clarification on them since they seem so unusual to me. Dream 1. My elder brother and his wife were going on a long trip, and I decided at the last minute that I would go along. I quickly threw some things in a bag. When we got to the parking area, I decided I did not want to go because I would be uncomfortable around my older brother, my abuser in this life.
I was just going to say, just look at the symbology of what these people represent in your consciousness. That's good to hear that.
I made the excuse that I really could not afford to go. I asked him to get my bag out of the trunk of the car since I couldn't lift it, and it seemed it was an older type bag that did not have wheels on it. In actuality, I had not even checked the price and did not know how much it would cost. I then found myself in a restaurant and they were there, and I asked why. It seemed to be because my brother looked a certain way and was seen as intimidating or threatening. I said somewhere that my passport was torn and that this is why I couldn't go, when in reality I had torn the passport and said again it was too expensive for me to go. There was a sense of wariness in the dream that I could not be truthful as to the real reason and felt deceitful. I said something about him being able to go, and I said something about them being able to go another time, and my brother said it would cost $75,000 to go again, and he did not think that would work. I seemed to be waiting for my younger brother to pick me up in a pickup truck that was parked somewhere in a shed. During that time, my sister-in-law and I were walking on some stones in a pond. Dream 2. My father.
Hang on a sec. That's a lot right there, first of all.
Okay.
Do anything?
No,
on that
go ahead.
first one?
Go ahead.
I need a moment. I've got to backtrack. So in a way, I'm just going to be redundant because the person already described and seems to be aware of what the dream's revealing by the comment that they said about the brother being the abuser like that. That's a good awareness, okay? Now, in our dreams, just remember the people are really aspects of ourselves, and whoever the person is symbolizes whatever that is in our life experience. So in this case, the brother is the abuser. So to me, going on a trip with the abuser is saying that journey you have been on or are going on again with that aspect. So in other words, this is now on the trip, you're really not avoiding, you're dealing with, you're looking at, you're working with that. In other words, there's movement in your consciousness. We call it sometimes soul traveling or soul journey. So on your soul's traveling and journey here now, you're at this point where you're now looking at this in your consciousness, that energy of abuse that your brother symbolizes here in this experience, okay? So just like you've probably done in the past, you would go ahead and go along with it. But now you're at a point where you're waking up and saying, you know what, I'm not going to go along on this journey anymore. It's time for me to make a change and not just continue being abused. That's why I look at this. So in this dream, to me, it's showing you that you're beginning to make choices now to do this differently. That's the good news. You have now begun the transformation by choosing something different to break the old pattern of abuse. That even if he's not around physically, that now it's still in the consciousness running. And that's obviously where the karmas are anyway, not the actual other people, but what's inside of us. So inside of you, I would say then, you're beginning to now change that. And you're realizing, okay, even though you're initiating change, you're doing it in a way that you're realizing is not really being supportive because you're not being honest. You're having to make excuses as a way to get away from or avoid the actual energy of abuse directly. And that's okay, okay? Because these things take time. We will do different things trying to avoid, to not to deal with those uncomfortable things. And then eventually life itself will bring us to the place where we can't avoid it anymore. So my guess would be that you're coming close to that place that you're having to deal with it, and you're just trying to find a way to not have to deal with it by, call it a white lie, but it's still a lie to avoid it. So eventually in your outer life and or your dream state, you'll come to a point where you can't do that anymore and you'll have to directly confront it. And that's a good thing. It's scary. It is definitely scary, but that's a good thing when we confront things, because in the confrontation is where the loving can come in now and actually begin to truly transform it. And that's what we all want, to get liberated. So it's a step-by-step process. And to me, again, the traveling is showing you that's getting worked out now, and you're experimenting. You're trying one way to get free of it, and it's not fully working. So I'd say if you physically in your life still have a relationship with him, you're more than likely what's going on inside of you is literally playing out also what you're doing physically with them. And if that's the case, that's great, because if you have the inner and outer at the same time, it actually gives you more of an opportunity to work with this. It's more challenging too, but it's actually good. So you have to confront it. That's the good news. So with that, it's called, just like we say all along, giving it up to God, doing LAF, learning the abuser, because in truth, the part that feels abused is the part that needs the love. So where you feel abused is where you want to direct your loving. It may start with loving and forgiving your brother, but ultimately you want to love and forgive that part of you that's been hurt, that has been abused. That's the part that needs it. That's the self-love. That's the self-forgiveness. That's the self-acceptance. That's the self-care. So don't forget, that's what you really want to do. It's not about your brother. It's about you and that part of you that has been abused, that's been disempowered. And now to empower it and to heal it, we need to bring all the loving into there to do that. And that's why it's so important to do the inner work, even part of your meditation. Sometimes the first half an hour of my 2.5 hours of meditation is doing LAF and inner kingdom work. And then as it opens and moves and comes to peace, then I move into my meditation with the sacred name. That's often what I do, or listen to a talk as well. That's the most common thing I do in my daily practice. So work with it yourself, how that works for you as well. Is there anything else you wanted to add into that?
No, I think that's well put.
Okay. I can feel there's a little something more, but I think we'll get to it in the next dream. So go ahead, Kels.
Okay, dream 2. My father, who is deceased, rarely shows up in my dreams, but in this one, we were driving to a gathering and parking a pickup truck. We found a place and got out, and the owner where we had parked yelled at us we could not park there and to leave. We ignored him and went to the gathering. People were gathered around a table, and I turned to my only female cousin on my left and asked her how it was going. She answered me angrily, something like, "Why did I care?" and proceeded to yell at me. In actuality, we are estranged, and at one time she became very cold to me, and to this day I don't know why. Then everyone stopped talking, and it was very awkward, so I got up and I said it seemed that perhaps I should leave, and I left. That's it. The end.
So part of this to me is also saying that whatever that inside of you in your relationship with your father, that one of the things is that inside of you, you're going to areas where you shouldn't be or need to be. The fact that you parked somewhere where you shouldn't and you were told or asked to leave, but you didn't, tells me that you're overriding and not listening to those inner messages. So whatever that is called stubbornness, rebellion, screw you, I'm going to do what I want, nobody can tell me what to do, part of the learning. Start listening to that and start honoring, so you're not going into those areas that you literally are being guided not to. And look at whatever that is where you resist, rebel, and are stubborn with things like that. Those are the areas often where we feel hurt and our power taken away. So by being rebellious or stubborn is a way we think we're empowering ourselves. It's a false illusion of empowerment. There's no empowerment in doing actions like that. But that's part of our learning. So we're going to do those things until we finally come to the awareness it doesn't work, which is great, because then you find out it doesn't work. That's empowering to know that. Seems contradictory, but actually that's how things work. We'll do everything that doesn't work to realize it doesn't work, so we can now finally go do what does work. That's literally what we do as humans. So the other part of that, to me, says that whatever the conditioning or belief or what you and your sister learned, it was her sister, right? Did I hear that right, Kelsey? Was that her
Oh,
sister?
his father.
No, the
Oh,
other one.
oh.
Sorry, I filed it away already. It was her cousin. It was her cousin.
Okay, so somewhere the father represents a certain way or belief system that she and her cousin learned growing up. And whatever that belief system is to me part of what's causing the estrangement. So to me, it's something, there's a lesson around there, and whatever has caused the estrangement more than likely has to do with some belief system that they both learned through her father and whoever her brother or sister was, the cousins, that was raised by the same, father or mother that taught them that. It's kind of like what we talk about. We are the creators of we're the father, what is it? We're the child of yesterday and the father of tomorrow, like for 4 generations. Or other people know it is, well, it's my mother's mother's father's mother, like 4 generations. It's kind of like that I'm talking about right now. So whoever your father's father and mother are that taught that, also taught the cousin. So if there's a certain family tradition, a way of doing, a belief system, something that the family has done that not only your father but his siblings, so your cousins have inherited too, that is where the lesson is to look at. So look at if there's similarities that y'all grew up with, that may be the basis of what's causing the separation and an estrangement with your cousin. And so if you can get the clarity, there's the lesson. So whatever that belief system is that is causing the estrangement, because there's a judgment, there's a stubbornness, there's an unwillingness to let it go on your part as well as hers, that's what causes estrangement. That's the area where there's a lesson for you to learn there. But what's going to help learn it and transform it always comes back to forgiveness. You've got to forgive yourself, your father, your cousin, and whatever really this belief system or dynamic that has caused the separation with everybody. And part of it is, like I said, having to do with doing things when you were asked not to park there, saying you're going to just override whatever anybody tells you. So more than likely there's something in the family that's a pattern that has been perpetrated throughout the family. And that's the thing you want to look at, letting go and forgiving. And as you do, then that energy won't be there to create separation from your cousin, at the very least in yourself, so you can be free of it. And that's what matters, regardless of the cousin. But when you get free of it, you may find you may actually be able to have a relationship again, because you're not running the pattern yourself that's causing it. But then it's up to her whether she wants to keep running it or not. But it's not about the outer anyway. It's about, if this is about your soul's liberation, like we're doing here, then it's about you learning from that and forgiving and releasing it just for yourself.
And this is the comment about all that. I just wanted to say I was on my cell phone for a moment because I needed to turn the heater up. So if you saw me on my cell phone, that was intended just to get the heater up. I'm cold
I
in
didn't
here.
even notice.
Oh no, I'm cold.
Well,
And
you
if
can
you
keep
find it-
answering. I gotta use the bathroom a sec.
If you find, this is to the person we were just talking to, if you find you're stubborn or stuck in a pattern of unwillingness to participate, then really do some inner work of loving and forgiving of yourself, so that that stubbornness or whatever that pattern might be doesn't really work against you again. All
Okay.
right. Is there a next?
Yep, there's a next.
There's always a next.
Always a next. There's a couple more nexts. Okay, so hello to all. Please explain on the term quote unquote great central sun. In history, this term was often used for God in joy and loving and gratitude. So basically, what is great central sun?
Well, there's a lot of different ways I could express it. And what I would say is they're looking at it somewhat astronomically, like the sun is the center of the solar system. And then they could say that there's a great sun at the center of this galaxy and so on. I think they're saying that we are like the planets going around the system, and the sun is God is our center. So I think it's talking about God as the center, the great central sun. That's
Okay.
how I would interpret it.
Yeah, I'd have to have their reference, because I've heard of it from
Oh, I've heard it metaphysically and everything.
mostly metaphysically, because people have metaphysically things around the great central sun, the Godhead. That deals with a lot of the metaphysical things still in time and space and duality. People think it's beyond that, but it's not how most of them out there work with it. But even that is always a reflection of a greater truth spiritually. So the greater truth spiritually that when I experienced it, okay, here's how I experienced. So when I went into the soul realm, and in the soul realm, I always saw it as literally looked like the sun, like we see in our physical sky. The sun, okay, that just radiates on everything, all of creation. And then as I went into that sun, at the top of the soul realm, there's a couple. There's one at the beginning, and then there's one at the top. They're doorways in each different levels. So at the top of the soul realm, which is also known as Sat Purush, or the fifth name of the sacred names of initiation, that's where God had individualized itself. And that's often where when people referred to seeing the face of God or the countenance of God or the personage of God, in that sun, God can show God's self literally like a personage in different faces, often referred to as Ancient of Days. Many faces of God is at the top of the soul realm. That's the first sun spiritually. But then as the soul goes beyond in the realm of the spirit, of the ocean of loving, well, then at the very top of that, there's another sun that is the true beingness of God itself, not as an individualized aspect, but the beingness of going into what I call fully the heart of God. And when I approached that, and as I went into it, I always called it, whatever the inner knowing in me called it, the great sun, not the great central sun, the great sun. So it was the sun beyond the sun. It was the same thing that was the sun at the soul realm that came out of God and God's beingness fully. So the great central sun is a reflection of that in time and space. So when you get to the top of this creation in time and space in the etheric realm, it'll often be reflected, that great sun will often be reflected here. And that's, from my understanding, what a lot of people in the metaphysics will call the great central sun or the Godhead. But it's still an illusion. It's just a reflection of the truth spiritually, as above, so below. So in this world, when a lot of people do different meditations that don't take them to soul realm, but just up to the top of the mind or into the etheric realm, a lot of the Zen Buddhist type of things, that they'll see that reflection, they'll see that sun reflected, but because they don't know the spiritual realms beyond, when they see that sun, the reflection here, they will literally think that is the great central sun or the great sun that is God's beingness or the Godhead. And this is where a lot of people believe this to be God, but it's not. And that's the great trap. That's what Lucifer does. Lucifer is the reflector. Lucifer, through the action and quality of reflection, has reflected what's spiritually, reflected it down here so that we are deceived. We believe the lie. So when we see that and believe that to be true, Lucifer's deceived us. And then in that deception is how he keeps us trapped in this physical creation. So he feeds off of that life essence to keep this creation going. And that's how he feels loved, worshipped, and how you could say he feeds off of our energy. In truth, we can't really ever give up our power, because if you did, you would actually die. The soul can't die. So in truth, we can't really ever give up our power. We just can temporarily be deceived so that we have the separation, the sense of separation, that there is life and death, birth and death. Okay, so I'm getting a little esoteric now, so I'll leave it alone. But that's a lot of my understanding of the great central sun as a reflection of the truth spiritually.
And another place where a lot of reference to the great central sun is coming out of metaphysics is from a book called Urantia. And that book is an amazing book. It's so complicated. It is the mind game of chess beyond belief. But it's a mental breakdown of the physical universe as it exists. But like you said, with all the different levels and realms. And the Great Central Sun in that book is about the creator of this universe, this creation that we all know as the physical. And the Great Central Sun is at the very center of the physical universe and is the Godhead of this physical universe.
Where Lucifer is the Lord, not the actual one God.
Yeah. And I would say I wouldn't get the book. It just is so complicated, and you'll just be kind of going, you'll be swimming.
You'd be better off with the holographic
There you
universe,
go.
according to.
Yeah, Michael Talbot.
That's right. All right.
That's a
Okay.
good question. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So, from the previous sharing, the person wrote in and said, in my dream about my brother, what did my walking on stones with my sister-in-law mean and waiting for my younger brother to pick me up in the pickup truck?
To me, walking on stones is saying, like there's a saying, walking on eggshells. It's walking on a surface that is very uncomfortable. It's like, why be there if you don't need to be there? Why associate yourself with them if it's that uncomfortable? That you're always walking on surfaces that are just uncomfortable and actually painful. Why hurt yourself? Why put yourself in painful situations?
Yeah, because part of it is if you slip on one of the stones, you fall in the water, right? So in other words, they have to be very careful, because if they do one little misstep, they're going to fall in and have the mess or get all wet, so to speak.
Well, you fall back into the world.
Okay.
And we could also look at it as stepping stones. So as they're doing their stepping stones, that hopefully they're learning and growing through the whole process, and they'll get across that water to the other side and things will be better. And that's really the truth of what's going to happen anyway.
Ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. The ILM Library and its value. Hello, dearest Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. It's so lovely to see you today. Jim mentioned earlier the talks that are available to us in the ILM Library. I listen to them often and encourage everyone to take advantage of the depth of teachings that are available to us there. And I want to share one in particular I have listened to over and over again the last few years. In fact, if there are others here like me, the storm of chaos in the world lately has been bleeding my peace away, one paper cut after another. Peace seeping away, and stress and confusion and anxiety coming in.
That's
And then,
that's worse than flying off of a hang glider hundreds or thousands of feet up into the ocean. Go ahead, Kelsey. Just ignore my comment.
okay. And then a couple of days ago, true to spirit, bringing me the exact help I was needing, my finger scroll through the Island Library landed on Jim's talk on October 4th, 2009. I'll say that again so people don't email me. October 4th, 2009, Jim's talk. In it, Jim talks about how the world will continually try to pull us back into the world of confusion and illusion, back into ourselves and our ego and emotion, and away from that place of centeredness where we are the observer. He reminds us of the importance of observing what is taking place in the world, observing how we participate or don't participate in it, just to observe, just to be. Don't get caught up in it, just observe from a place of neutrality. I share this for two reasons. First, I have been meditating with ILM for quite some time, and have achieved a level of knowing that usually holds me in a place of peace. So, as this peace was shredding the last few months, it was actually somewhat frightening to me. How could I be shaken when I should know better? Despite the spiritual strength I had gained over the years, it was scary that I could become caught up and pulled back into the world. It was a valuable lesson on how important it is to keep my focus on God. It's not, well, I've learned that lesson, so now I can relax a bit.
That's
No,
for sure.
it is the most important part of my life. Keep it God first, God only. So it was with tremendous gratitude that Spirit rested my finger on that particular talk from 2009 to remind me of a lesson I learned long ago but seemed to have forgotten. And second, to share with our community how much value we have in these years and years of lessons from our beautiful teachers. You can do a finger scroll like I did and see where it lands. Or you can look through the titles of the talks and CDs and see what speaks to you on any given day. Jim, Brian, and Kelsey's love and truth is poured into these lessons. Don't forget this beautiful and meaningful resource. You never know when it may bring you back from the precipice or just remind you of the love and peace that is here with us every day. Thank you to Jim, Brian, Kelsey, and all of ILM for creating and sharing all this with us. I send my love and gratitude.
Thank you. That
Yeah,
is wonderful.
nice.
That is just wonderful. That's really the truth. All those talks, they'll give you answers, understanding, clarity, ways to move forward. And I really appreciate what you wrote. That is just wonderful. And it is true. Don't get caught up in all the things you're hearing on media now. The media networks, all the different YouTubes and whatever it is out there. Don't pay attention to a lot of what's on there because it's make believe. It's people's fears, it's people's wants, it's people controlling, trying to get attention, whatever. And a lot of it is not going to be happening and not true. And there's nothing we can do about the future other than just to love it and send our loving into it, that it might heal itself and redirect and uplift itself rather than go backward again as it has in the past. So just that's wonderful. Thank you for. I just appreciate that so much that you wrote that.
At the very least, it'll save you a few paper cuts.
Yeah, really.
I listen to the talks almost every single day, probably 6 days out of 7. I will literally start. I'm one of those people who go through and open it up and look down. First, I'll kind of intuitively go to which year, and then I'll open up the year, and then on the menu, it'll show all the titles for that year. And then I'll just kind of literally go down the list until I feel the energy draw me to one of the titles. And that's pretty much how I do it every single day, whether it's the talks or the CDs, which are the talks, from the old CD recordings, we put them up there as well, the digital ones. So forget how many there are now. Isn't there over 1,200 or something on there, Kelsey? All the files, something like that.
Even more, probably at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, that's just under the talks generally. I think I saw that, and we
Oh.
keep adding more and more to them, as well as the YouTube channel. So yeah,
And we have
good
people
stuff.
letting us know that they've listened to all the talks from beginning to end, 2 and even 3 times, and asking, "Is there more? Is there more? Come on, get more."
Systematically go through and listen to every talk, like one a day, from the very beginning of everything we have, or from the very top and go backwards. Just literally go, or just the initiate meetings for those who've been initiated,
Yeah.
just the initiate meetings or whatever. It's a fun way to do it.
Okay, karmic lesson resolution.
All right,
Needs
resolution. Good to hear.
needs some clarification on Brian's talk. How will I know when I've learned the karmic lesson? The physical challenge is not yet healed. Does that mean I haven't learned the karmic lesson yet? More than one lesson in the challenge? Question mark. How will I know the layers of the lesson are done? Question mark. Or if I'm even getting the main lesson? Question mark. When I'm healed and at peace with the outer? Question mark. I've been so committed to the whole process, spiritually and physically, meditating, LAF process, accepting, giving it up to God, and still feel like I'm not making much progress. Maybe I need a break from it all. I will keep meditating
Good
though.
luck. There's no such thing as a break.
So many questions, but not resolving the karmic lesson, it seems. Ugh. Hope this moves the energy more. Thanks for all your guidance and support. Love you all.
So first of all, that type of approach is the trap. If you remember several of the sharings back, the person who shared that they've been struggling, meditating 15 years and doing all the challenge, and they finally just stopped and let it all go, and all of a sudden they had this amazing experience. That's how this works. So the approach you're having about trying to get the lesson done is the same approach that'll keep you from actually learning the lesson. Because if what you're trying to do is just learn the lesson, wrong focus. God first, God only. As you focus on God and move towards God, then guess what? In that movement, the lesson will be brought up by Spirit. Spirit will lift it up out of you because you're going to God. So anything that's holding you back from going to God, it's like an anchor. It's like, oh, I can't go. That something's holding me like an anchor. You go, oh, hey, wait, my eyes are on God. So God, I invite you in. I give this up to you. No matter what it is, I just give up this feeling wherever I feel stuck, no matter what it is, or if there's thoughts or awarenesses, I give it all up to you. Keep your eye on God and say, okay, God, I invite you in. And I ask, in your grace and your loving to assist me and to reveal to me whatever there is here for me to learn, and let it be done through you. In other words, through loving. And then when you look, do it with loving. So you look through the eyes of loving. Here's the key. So when you actually look at this now, you're looking with loving, through loving, with loving. It's the loving that you're looking with and through that will reveal it, that will transform it, that will heal it, that will complete it. And that's all we got to do over and over and over. Don't try to figure out the lesson, and don't try to figure out or think it's done or not. I've only had one actual thing that God actually told me directly I was done with. Everything else, I don't know if I'm done with it. A lot of things look like I am, but I don't know. Other things are continuing, but they're just little substance of it. This isn't about figuring it out or getting it done like that. This is about going home to God. God first, God only. Let God work it out. Let God get it done. Let God complete it. Let God lift you home. And then this will be handled. So there's this process that I hope I'm being clear with. This is not about getting your karma done. This is about going to God, and in going to God, God will get your karma done. And then you just have this process you go along with in looking and learning, just like somebody mentioned with Jim about observation, the last sharing about the talk about observation. That's it. Observation means we have to look, but we've got to look with loving. Through that observation of looking with loving is what then releases us. That brings us into neutrality. Observations about neutrality, true unconditional loving, that which is of the Holy Spirit, the soul's loving, God's loving, is neutral. And that's done through observation, which is another way of saying it's detached. If we're ever trying to figure it out, trying to learn the lesson, trying to get the karma done, we're not detached, we're attached. And that holds us and binds us to it just because of that focus. So we just have to let go of even being concerned with getting our karma done or knowing that it's done. We've got to let go of that concern. We've got to let go, because what that is telling me is that there's a fear running that is making you concerned and worried if the karma's done. So guess what? It's the fear that you're responding to around it. Loving doesn't do that. Loving loves and accepts all things. So when you're now loving and accepting all things, you're free. So this is about freedom, not about getting your karma done. It's another way of saying it. Don't ever think your karmas are done. Don't do that to yourself. I've heard too many people over the years say, I thought I was done with that. Don't think that way. Don't think you're ever done. Just keep going for God and let God finish all that. That's really the key in how you do this successfully, how it works. You've got to let go of trying to get liberated. You've got to let go of trying to figure out your karma. You've got to let go really of the fears, the judgments, concerns. That's how you get liberated. It'll be done. Most of these karmas are done unconsciously, by the way. Very little bit will we actually be conscious of, because you see, the real knowing and wisdom is in the soul, but we're living in our mind all the time, and we just get glimpses of that awareness of the soul. Just like we heard this person share their experience with all they've been through, then they had this wonderful soul experience of that oneness and knowing, and then it all closed down, right? What matters is you had the experience. So whatever you did opened it up. You had the experience. That's a level of awakening and freedom. That means you've done the work, whatever needed to free yourself so that could take place. And even when it takes place, well, we're still here. So there's more to just continue on with. And on one level, that can sound like drudgery and like, does it ever end, right? But on another level, if you realize that, eventually you'll just move into acceptance. And this is the key. Move into acceptance. Don't fear or be worried about being trapped, not getting your karmas done, or having to reincarnate again. You have to surrender all of that. When you actually can surrender all those fears, worries, concerns, that's where you get liberated. This is how it works. It's such a simple process, and it's actually easy. It's just the mind is used to making things hard and thinking it has to do all the work. And that's not how it works. We just really have to go along for the ride and open up and allow God to do the work. Go ahead.
The one way that I approach the day in my life is every morning when I wake up, I ask the Holy Spirit to go before me, clearing away any and all disturbances and distractions so that I can keep my eyes on God and only God. And you'll be surprised how much, in asking that, how much it opens the door to allow Spirit to lead the way, and for you to get a clearer understanding of what's there for you, what you're learning, what you're growing into. It's an amazing process. And I just ask that every day. And I've seen it work many a time. The other thing I would say about this pathway of meditation on God and God first and God only is the fact that the higher you go, the more you're going to find that the negative, the karma, the world will not be able to come up and rise with you, and it'll drop away. So the key is, don't struggle to get free, but rather get free. Get free means meditate on God, love God, put God first, and let your soul lift up into the realms of soul and spirit, to where the karmas of this world cannot even attach to you. They just fall away. And that's the way I got liberated, and that's the way I think that everybody finally gets liberated is just by looking on God and going up above all the world and letting them drop away. And once you have that drop away and you have that grace with you, when you come back into the world, which I do daily, I don't pick up the karmas again. They are there, but they're not going to come to me this time now because I don't need to learn them because I've lifted up above them. All right. That's my say for today. Is there a next?
Yeah, there's two more.
Okay.
What is the heart? Liberation. Hi. So many things don't seem to make sense to me anymore. People talk about living from the heart, making decisions from the heart, etc. What is the heart as we use it at what is the heart as we use it as humans? Doesn't seem like emotion seems more like soul. Or maybe just myself, but that seems more in the mind. Listening to your talk, Jim, something about loving yourself. What I was hearing was that some of us have even been initiated and liberated in other lifetimes, but came back because we wanted to do more service or we wanted to take care of someone. It seems like to me you are saying don't do that. Focus on the initiation and liberation. So why do we even have a desire to do service, or it feels like service is being done through me from God? It's also part of the threefold path. Is it just not being attached to any of it when we leave the body?
There you go. That's it. In other words, if you want to do service, like take care of a parent, take care of a child, take care of situations with people, that's fine. Do it. But do it with loving, do it with neutrality. Do it not looking for people to say, oh, look at her, look at him, look at what they're doing. It's really do it in loving, spiritual loving, caring loving. And when you do let go of it or when it's done, let it go. Don't hold on to it. And if you leave the body and go higher, that's great. And if you leave the body and find you're stuck and can't go higher, it's most likely because you're still holding on to something down here called that action of service that you didn't get gratitude for, didn't get attention for, or whatever. And so it's called really let go. And really, the first service is to God, and the second service is to God. The third service is to yourself. And then the fourth service is to those more around you. I mean, there's a greater definition, but that's what I want to say right now on it. And you have anything to add to that or anything?
Well, yeah, but I'm going to wait till Kelsey actually finishes the
Oh.
rest and address the rest of it.
Okay.
Then you don't have to yell at us. Then just go up to God and don't look back. Oh my God, is that the real don't look back, like Lot's wife?
That's it. That's the story of Lot's wife. She looked back and she became a part of the world again. And she had to go back into the world and do the world. We don't look back. We want to continue looking eyes on God only. God first, God only. Because that's really all that exists. This is all an illusion. It does not exist. But we have believed that it exists. We've believed this great dream, and we're gotten caught up in the dream. And sometimes it's a nightmare, and sometimes it's a pleasant dream. But it's all a dream. So we want to be able to, when we leave, we just want our eyes on God, eyes on our own soul, eyes upward.
Okay, and then I'm almost finished. Is Brian smiling?
With this, is this the same one?
Yeah. Why, if we have been liberated before and come back, we're still going to go through a lot of karma? We were liberated free. Seems we would come back with that awareness. all that we had already learned, mastered in the last life. Much gratitude to all. Now
The
I'm gonna,
unfortunate thing is that when we come back unknowing, unaware, unaware of the lessons we've learned, unaware of how to move on this pathway of liberation. We are part of the world again. And so now we've got to go back and we have to learn all these experiences, not necessarily from what the last life was, but new experiences because we have other karmas that we also are indebted to pay. And so we have to work on those and find a pathway once again, get initiated, start doing meditation, and listen and learn the lessons once again. And next time that happens, hopefully you won't look back the way you might have before. I mean, there's a few people in this lifetime that I've taken up, and we get right up to the door of the soul, and they look back, and I have to grab them and hold on to them, and I don't drag them into the soul realm, but I hold on to them till they turn around in anger and say, "What are you doing?" And I say, "Just come on." And we get into the soul realm, and now they can't see down here, and they are glad they didn't go back down. I could tell you all kinds of stories, but it just be grateful that this pathway is here for you again, if that's the case. And I don't know if you're hoping you had a lifetime before like that, or wishing, or you really know that you were liberated and didn't and came back and didn't go on. I would hope that when you're liberated, you would really do the work to keep on doing the liberation. But that's a good thing to look at too. There are people that have walked this pathway and they have gone all the way into soul and they think, okay, I've done it. So they stop meditating and they go back into the world and start doing the world again, but they think they're liberated. And ultimately they're not. And I've had one woman who came back and said she realized the mistake of that and has started her work again and is regaining what she had dropped away from. You cannot stop meditating daily because you don't want to drop it. You don't want to drop the progress you've made. You don't want to drop the level that you've reached. You want to continue on, and the world will do everything it can to just distract you back down here so quick if you're not careful.
I don't even remember what the first part of the letter was at this point.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to remember too, because that was a good one. So maybe share that again, if you will, Kelsey.
okay. I'm just pulling it up. Um, People talk about living from the heart, making decisions from the heart,
Yes.
etc. What is the heart as we use it as humans? Doesn't seem like emotion, seems more like soul, question mark? Or is that just more from the mind?
That's just more from the mind. The heart, when people in the world talk about the heart, they're talking about the heart chakra, the heart center, the physical heart. It's still a part of this worldly creation. It's not a part of spirit. The heart that we in ILM focus on is the spiritual heart, the seat of the soul. That's the heart of our own beingness as a spiritual being. And that spiritual heart is that which acts and helps us to liberate, not the physical. The physical heart is ever caught up in emotions and ideas and beliefs and connections, all of that. It's part of the world. Your turn.
So I will give my scientific approach to this one and practical, because a lot of people I know we've shared in the past and people have done different personal growth stuff. that people refer to the heart because they think that's loving. And it's a form of loving, but it's not the loving of the soul that is neutral. And the technical part is, if we go into the heart here, the heart is also a doorway that as we enter into that, it can now open depending on what our focus is. If it's loving, we're going to share with the world, that's a nice thing, but it can also be the doorway by which we get free of the world. Instead of sharing a loving in the world, we begin to go in and then up to the spiritual heart that Jim was just saying. He used to do a meditation, actually, the lotus meditation that we have on the website. Jim starts in the heart and raises it up to here. And that a lot of the meditation is for that reason, so people begin to transcend this level. And this level is actually in the mind. The heart in the world here is at a mental level. There's a phrase out there called, "As I thinketh in my heart, therefore I am." That tells you right there that heart is in the mind. It can be loving, but it's not unconditional loving. It's a reflection of this, but it's in duality. So the science behind that, in ILM we say it the me, myself, and I, the three selves. In other places they call it the basic self, conscious self, and high self. Right here is where we can start at a conscious self level with our loving, and then in there we can now move and access the basic self and high self, which is the channel, so to speak, into the soul that is the true loving, the unconditional loving. So a lot of people will they'll start here as an access point, not understanding all the rest. So they just think the heart is all the rest. They call it the soul, they think it's the loving of spirit, but it's not. And that's part of the trap. That's where people fall short. They think this is the end all be all. It's not. It's just the beginning. It's a door opener. It's a doorway to access. But now you've got to go through the rest of that to get to the spiritual loving. That's important to understand. And how do we do that? Well, that's what LAF is about, and the meditation. LAF helps us to go through the basic self, conscious self, high self, or me, myself, and I, to get to the soul. That's the inner kingdom work. This is a great place to start with the inner kingdom work at the conscious self. But then where's a lot of the work? That little me, the inner child, the basic self. That's where a lot of the pain, the upset, the judgments, the fear is stored in a physical, imaginative, emotional self. That's the basic self. That's where a lot of that is. Okay, conscious self, mind, belief systems. But then the higher self still doesn't go into the soul. The higher self is really a part of the higher mind. Okay, it's not the conscious mind, it's the higher mind. That's the place from which we can say, when people talk about going to their heart and accessing their intuition, that's how that happens. So as you go into the heart, or if you go deeper into it, you can go more now in access to the subconscious or unconscious, through the basic self to the higher mind or the higher self. Because in the higher self is stored those awarenesses, if you want to call them our life destinies or the karmas, and by unfolding and moving so forward in our life in a certain way that we can begin to fulfill those lessons. So if we tune in to our intuition, that can open up through the access point to allow that which is stored in the higher self to come through the basic self, conscious self. In other words, to come into our conscious awareness. And that's what we call intuition. That's not really from the soul. But the soul embodies all of this. And it's through all these be, myself, and I vehicles that the soul now works through to have its experience here in this physical creation. And that's the point, to have experience in this physical creation. And it's that experience that is the value to the soul. But we've got to understand the soul is something different than the me, myself, and I. and how all these work. So it's a very good question. And I'm sure what I'm saying now is probably raising other questions and confusion, or hopefully if you've been around here in ILM a while, you understand a lot of what I'm talking about, because we've talked about this and even done other workshops and stuff with it, and retreats and journaling and all that good stuff. And I know Kelsey's done a lot with that, and our LAF workbook is a great way to work with all that. We don't have to get into the technical jargon and science like I'm doing now. I just do sometimes, because sometimes the mind, when it gets an idea and if it can understand it, it begins to let go and just go with the process. What matters is going along with the process and doing the process. That's what matters. So if what I'm saying is confusing you, set it aside, forget it. If what I'm saying actually makes sense and helps you, great. Then hopefully it'll be easier now to just go with the process and let it unfold. That's the point of it. I hope that made some sense. And if not, we'll just continue with follow-up questions, and clarity and understanding will come.
That's
Any
true.
more you want to add to it, or is that good?
No, that was very clear. That was very
Okay.
good.
Was that clear to you, Kelsey?
It was clear to me, but I think it could be confusing for some.
Oh, sure, it will be.
The me, myself, and I is part of the world, which is why it's not part of the soul. And I think that that's, if people understand that the soul is, like Jim said, the spiritual beingness of who we are, and the me, myself, and I is part of the human nature, then that's how the soul has experience through the me, myself, and our I, but isn't of it and is of the spiritual nature. So I think if people can see it that way, that's how I see it when you explain it.
Cool,
Yeah,
good, that's great.
Yeah. So we let go of the me, myself, and I when we die. The soul moves on.
Yep.
People can think of it that way.
Yep. They're just vehicles, just like the physical body is.
Yeah. Perfect. I loved your explanation. That was great.
Okay, good. That's the main thing. I just want it to be clear, and we can help provide clarity, but sometimes it helps, that gets in the way too, so we just want the clarity so there can be the movement of energy. That's the most important part, I think.
Yeah. And then the final one is kind of a fun one, and it's short. It says, "Thank you, dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. Thank you so very much for the laughter, referring to before. My heart is so open and grateful for all you do, and the joy is palatable. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you and all."
Amen.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Yeah.
Good closure.
It is a great way to finish.
Yeah. So that's a wrap, folks.
Awesome.
good.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you all very much. This was enjoyable. The questions and sharings were just magnificent in my eyes. So thank you all very, very much. Very open, very honest, very true. Couldn't ask for more.
Very full.
Yeah, very full.
Good experiences, dream experiences, as well as the spiritual ones. That I love having all that level of detail, so that everybody has a lot of good references to see what's part of this journey. And we all need to have some understanding in a way that really helps us to do this journey. So we're not just, in a sense, blind and not being able to move forward. And that's why we like to take the time for Q&A, not only for the practical stuff, but especially these inner experiences that are very often symbolic, or we wonder, what the heck is this about? So we can support that, then hopefully it'll not only make your journey easier and more doable, but you start to really see the actions that take place and how you can participate, so you can really get that liberation and awakening, because that's really what it's about. And we're happy to go into whatever details we need, whether they're very esoteric and scientific, or whether it's very practical and dealing with the muck and the mire of the world. It's all okay with us. We want to do whatever we can to help bring that understanding and clarity, whatever it's going to take for each of you to really find your freedom and understanding to go home to God, as we say. we like to say our going homework by doing this inner spiritual work is how we get home to God. So